Hello.
Good morning, Zulfiqar.
Hi, Maureen. Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I hope I'm audible as well.
Yeah, you're audible.
Great. Hello, good morning, everyone. I believe we have attendees joining in. We'll give it another few minutes and we'll start by 10:05. Hello. Hi, good morning, everyone. Uh, Welcome to today's bootcamp. It's about Splunk Fundamentals 1. We have few attendees already joined. I believe we are expecting few more to join in, but we'll be starting now and the others can join in as we go. So to start off, let me just introduce myself. My name is Zulfiqar Nair. I'm with Reddington, and I'm the Senior Pre-Sales Consultant on Splunk. Today's agenda is going to be the first starting point for Splunk. It is targeting the beginners or starters who are new to Splunk or who have heard about Splunk, want to learn about Splunk. All our partners uh, who have some knowledge about Splunk or who are very quite new to Splunk. So today's session is going to be around 6 hours long. We are targeting to close somewhere around 4 p.m. today. 4 to 5 p.m. It may extend. It may extend. Right. Just before we start, to maintain the course of this session, I'd request every one of you to be on mute. Any questions, you can raise it in the Q&A section, or you can directly write a chat targeting to all panelists or specifically to me. That is how we are planning to proceed with this session. Any questions along the course, I'll make sure to answer as much as I can. Right? Or we'll keep all the questions, unanswered questions, till the end of the session. Okay. We are almost 10 minutes past our starting time. So we'll be starting now. Before we start, I'd request each one of you to just ping me or write to all analysts your name and your experience with Splunk. How long have you been Splunking? It doesn't matter if you're quite new. You can state it as 0 or number of months, maybe years. Maybe it is just a revision session for few of you. All right. So while you mention this in chat, make sure that it is addressed to all panelists or specifically to me. Okay. We'll give another 5 minutes. So I request each one of you, so at least we have an idea of the audience who are joining in, right? Okay, we have 0, we have fresh starters, we have new starters. Perfect. Perfect. So guys, whenever you mention in the chat, you have an option to mark it to all panelists or all panelists and attendees, or you can select a specific attendee. You can mark it to all panelists. That would be better. Okay, great. So most of us are fresh, new to Splunk, right? So this would be the first, what you can say, introductory session towards Splunk, to understand what is Splunk, how we deal with Splunk. All right. I can see some of you have some experience in the past. Anyway, to start ahead, let me just go to the agenda for today. I hope my screen is visible to each one of you. So Mahreen, you're going to be you're staying along the session. I believe you can do a screen test if my screen breaks out or if I crash out. Okay. All right. So today's session, we are dealing with around 13 modules. All right. So it starts with the base. introduction to Splunk, and we go all the way up to creating a few content as well, right? So right now it's around 10:15, quarter past 10, and we are targeting to start off with the first module. So the plan for today is we'll be going ahead with at least 3 modules till the next hour. Then maybe we can have a short coffee break, 10 minutes break, and then we'll continue and target to close majority of the modules, that is till 8 or probably 9, and then we'll break for lunch, right? So this is the plan for today, and post lunch we'll conclude the remaining modules. Okay, so this is an introductory session or your first pathway towards Splunk. I welcome each one of you to try Splunk on your own personal machines. I believe each one of us are joining through their own laptops or systems. Splunk doesn't need much of the resources. It can be hosted on Linux or Windows, right? So we do have a module which talks about installation of Splunk. We'll walk through the installation of Splunk. That will I'll be doing it on one of my machines, and I would encourage each one of you to try it on your own machines as well, right? That is how we are planning to move about today's session. So any questions at any point of time, just make sure to write those in the chat window. Okay, right. Sorry. All right. So to start off with Splunk, what is Splunk all about, right? So the first module, we are starting off with the first module. It is the introduction, understanding of Splunk, what Splunk is all about, how it deals with data, how does it work, what are the different components within Splunk, all right? Okay, I got a text, my voice is not audible now. Great, is it audible now? Just let me know if you're able to hear me. Okay, can you hear me now? Perfect, perfect, great. Thank you for that. Okay, so to start off with Splunk, what is Splunk all about, right? What is the history of Splunk? What it is actually designed to do, how it is dealing with data, how does it work, how it is deployed. All of this is the part of the first module. Okay, so what is Splunk? So Splunk is a universal data management solution. Okay, it is something which a software, a solution which deals with all kinds of data, right? Whatever kind of data you have, you can ingest it to Splunk, right? So it is a universal machine data platform. So by machine data, what I mean, any and every device, electronic device capable of generating data, that is what we call as a machine data, right? Any binary data. So it can be anything. It can be generated from your servers, databases, applications, security devices, anything, any data, whatever it is being generated by the machines, the machine data, it can be ingested in Splunk, right? So once this is ingested, what you do with the data is up to us, right? So it is a way, it is a media which is translating your machine data and making sense out of it, right? It gives you the ability to collect all of these, aggregate, do some kind of analysis, and start asking questions to your data, right? So that is what Splunk is all about. It is revolving across data, right? So what it does, it collects all the data. You can do some searching, analysis, investigations on it. You add some additional context, that is knowledge objects on it. And based on that, you can even monitor or even configure some alerts. use it for compliance purposes, generate some reports, analysis, further investigation, what all. So all the use cases, as we proceed, the use cases can be plenty. It is not restricted to a specific section or vertical of industries, right? Anyone and everyone can make use of the power of Splunk, all right? So it is being used by multiple uh, what you say verticals and divisions for different use cases. So by use cases, what I mean with the data, what we are planning to do, right? So each point of data, you start asking different questions. That is what a use case is. Use case is nothing but a real life scenario, what you are asking your data to present meaning out of it, right? That is what Splunk is helping us to do. So when we talk about use cases, it can vary from different spaces. It can be used in your application field or for normal log management, just for compliance purpose, storing logs. It is being used by many customers for that as well. All right, or for daily operations, for IT operations. In the security field, it has a very good footprint. We have one of the leading SIM solutions. Of course, there is a general misconception that Splunk is a security-centric solution, but security is just one part of Splunk, right? So there are a myriad of use cases which can be achieved with Splunk. In short, in general, it is just a simple machine data processing solution, right? It gives you the interface to talk to your data, ask your data different set of questions. Okay, that is what Splunk is all about. Now, when I talk about data, what is data and what kind of data? So, like I mentioned, it is a universal data platform. It is not restricted to a specific source or type of data. From where we are collecting data, it is irrelevant, right? In today's world, data is being generated from every digital device. Now, even things are normal day-to-day in day-to-day life. What devices you are using, everything has turned into smart devices, right? Your TVs have turned into smart TVs. Your watches have turned into smart watches. Even the spectacles, you have smart goggles there as well. So everything, what do you mean by smart? Of course, there is something you need to connect to a power source to charge on a frequent basis. But again, a smart device is nothing but it is a digital device, right? It has its own processors in the backend. It is capable of generating its own set of data, right? So in today's world, data is being generated at every step of your life, right? So in conventional ways, when we talk about the normal sets of data, it can be any computers, servers, storage, network devices, any communication devices. When it comes to industries, you have sensors, right? So from all of these data generating devices, what is the data you're expecting? You're expecting data to be some kind of logs, configurations, messages, metrics. It can be anything, right? Anything which is able to generate data that can be ingested and indexed within Splunk. Okay, just to give you a brief example of what kind of data or what data is actually, what machine data is all about. The moment you log into your machines, the laptop, what you log in, once you log in the backend, there is an event generated, a log is being generated, right? So whenever you log in, there is a log generated that this specific user has logged in to this particular machine at this time, right? This is a log, this is a log entry. When you log out or you open any application, you do some actions, whatever is being done, it is being captured in the backend in the form of logs, right? So this is something what we are looking to ingest into Splunk. Now, after ingesting, what we are doing with it, it is up to us. It is the questions, what I said, the questions what we are posing to the data. All right. When did this user log in? This is a question I'm asking the data. Once I have the data available with me, I can ask this question, right? Say user X has logged in how many times in the past week? What is his work routine? When does he generally log in? When does he generally log out? It may be fetched from your systems locally. Maybe when you log in into the office, your biometric sensors. So it doesn't matter where we are collecting the data. As long as you have the data, you can start asking it as many questions as you like, right? So that is what the interface which Splunk is providing you. Okay. So the different kinds of questions you pose, those are the different use cases, right? Each use case is different. Each use case requirement is different. And the same set of data may be viewed by different users in a different angle, right? From a security perspective, a login, they always categorize this as a security related event, right? Now, a security team would need might be seeking some use cases like the user which has logged in, does he have access to the system? Why does he have access? These are the questions those teams ask. While a daily IT operations or a system admin would be more concerned about, okay, when did this guy last change his password, right? Was he able to successfully log in? How did he authenticate? To which server did he authenticate to? Right. So these are the questions what maybe a system admin might be concerned about. So you see the same set of data, but different users, different departments have their own sets of questions to ask the same data. Right. So these are the use cases what we are talking about. Okay. Right. So, given what Splunk does, how does it actually work? So there are basically three major components which are required for Splunk to work, right? There are, of course, multiple components which we'll discuss in brief later on. But for today's class, we are focusing on these three itself. These are the basic and mandatory requirements for Splunk to operate, right? So on the top, that is at the user interface, what you are actually using, it is a search head. It is an interface to the Splunk indexer, which is nothing but your storage where all the data resides, right? And on the bottom, what you can see are Splunk forwarders or agents. You might call it agents. These are installed at the end devices itself, right, where the data is being generated. Or the deployment methods can, of course, vary, where it is being generated, where it is being deployed, how it is being deployed, and what is the function of the forwarder. So basically, your forwarders collect all your data from the machines and machines generating the data. These forwarders collect your data and push it to the indexer. The indexer is responsible for storing all of the logs, indexing the logs, right? It is your main storage, the database, you can say. And the interface, how the users are actually interacting with the data, it is through the Splunk search head, right? So all your knowledge objects or all your content, that is your reports, your searching, your dashboards, everything is built on the search head, right? So your content is built on your search head, the backend storage is your indexer, and the way where you collect the data is through forwarders, right? Excuse me. So Splunk, how it is deployed, there are two mediums to it. One is the Splunk Enterprise or the on-prem solution, the most generic way, right? You install it on any of the machine, any of the servers in your organization, anywhere. So Splunk Enterprise is the on-prem offering, and Splunk Cloud is a SaaS service, right? So you directly, it is hosted on cloud on AWS and GCP platforms, and you directly get access to the solution itself, right? So that is about the Splunk cloud. So when it comes to cloud, you need not worry about the infrastructure, where it is residing, how many cores of CPU is required for its processing. The infrastructure is not needed. Everything is managed by Splunk itself. All you get to use is the solution directly. You need to worry only about uh, your interface, basically. All right. So that is the power of Splunk Cloud. So you have two options here: either deploy it on-prem or on cloud. And the best part about Splunk is its scalability function. It can range from a single machine, that is from your own personal laptop, to enterprise grade scalability. Right? You can have it deployed throughout the organization to petabytes of data. It can range from small MBs of data to petabytes of data. Right? Yes, on both cloud and the on-prem solution. Okay, so next, when we talk about Splunk, there is some concept called as Splunk apps, right? So what Splunk apps are all about? So apps are a collection of configuration files, right? They are designed and defined for a specific use case or purpose, right? So what it does is it has a collection of configuration files in the backend, and it is designed for a specific purpose. For example, if you need to onboard a Windows data to your machine, how your Windows data should needs to be collected, this is something maybe an app can help you with. You might have a predefined app which helps you in onboarding the data itself, while there is also an app which can help you visualize the data what you have onboarded, right? So each app, it is a set collection of configuration files which contains multiple backend configurations to help you uh, directly roll out what you are looking for, right? Each app is designed for a specific purpose. There are more than around 2,000 apps available on the Splunk base. So Splunk base is your, you can call it your app store for Splunk, right? So once you registered with Splunk, you have access to Splunk base. You can download the publicly available apps. 90% of the apps, 90 to 95% of the apps are free apps, right? It is either built by Splunk, or it is either built by the vendors themselves, partners, and you might as well build the apps yourself also for any custom requirement, right? So there are around 2,000 apps ready to be used for most commonly known solutions, right? And each app is like a separate workspace, right? Once you are logged into an app, it is similar to, you can consider what your mobile app is doing for you, right? You have, say for example, you're logged into Outlook and WhatsApp. So each app has its own function, right? That is how the apps even in Splunk can be defined as. Each is defined for a specific purpose, and it has its own different workspace. Once you're logged into an app, you're working under that app. So whatever changes you do, it can be applicable to that app itself, right? Okay. Okay. I think there's a voice issue. Am I audible now? Okay, great. Okay, done. All right. So that's about the apps, right? So I believe all of us are already registered in Splunk.com, right? You might have a username, user credentials already. You might want to try out Splunk base, right? Just search for splunkbase.com, and once you log in, you can see each different categories of apps, and you can filter out what apps are actually necessary for your any specific use case that you are looking for. Okay. Now, that being said, like I said, 90 to 95% of apps available on Splunk Base are free apps, right? Now, there are some Splunk built premium apps, right, which are again designed for a specific purpose, and these are all paid or licensed apps. Okay, these are the Splunk enhanced solutions or the premium solutions. So the main and most commonly used uh, premium apps are Splunk ITSI, that is the IT service intelligence. This is used for IT operations use case. Okay, then we have Splunk enterprise security. This is the SIM module of Splunk, right? So wherever Splunk is being deployed and used as a SIM solution, it is utilizing Splunk enterprise security, right? So it sits as a separate app on Splunk enterprise. And then there is Splunk UBA. Okay, this is mainly for your user and entity behavior analytics, detection of insider threats, anomalies, using its own AI and ML powered algorithms. So this again is a enhanced solution or a premium app offering from Splunk. Right? So each of these do require a separate license. They are paid apps. These are built by Splunk itself. And this app is packaged with its own content. Like ITSI for IT operations, it uses its own set of data, dashboards, glass tables, etc. All right. It has its own set of target audience. So customers who are specifically looking for their IT day-to-day IT operations use cases, IT operations, how to simplify or enhance their productivity in the IT operations field. This is mainly targeting those customers, right? Instead of using the power of Splunk to build their own logic or own content, this is a pre-packaged solution. And to be honest, it is quite a powerful solution in the market, right? And this is specifically targeting the IT operations use case. When it comes to SIM, enterprise security, sorry. Yeah, when it comes to the SIM space, enterprise security is again a market leader, right? And people are, like I mentioned, generally under the misconception that Splunk is a SIM solution, right? Splunk entirely is not a SIM solution. However, enterprise security is the SIM offering from Splunk, right? So this sits as an added module on top of your Splunk enterprise. So it's a different app. Of course, the deployment would vary. As you go deeper into Splunk, you would learn what are the requirements for enterprise security or ITSI, UBA, or even multiple different premium apps separately. But this is a separate add-on from your core offering. Okay. All right. Can you guys hear me now? I hope I'm audible now. Okay. Okay, great. Right. So coming to the users and roles, right? So there is a whole set of role-based access control mechanism predefined into Splunk. You can define multiple users and their roles. You can customize their roles as you need it. But by default, out of the box, there are three major roles: the admin, power, and user. Okay, the admin is the topmost level. They have the most privilege. They can do all sorts of operations on the Splunk. The power user is a bit limited, but again, it is quite a powerful role itself. So mostly uh, the analysts would be making use of the power user role, while the administrators are using the admin role, and any casual user who needs access to the system, read-only access to the system, they will be assigned the user role. So user role is the basic, and whenever you create any user, by default, that user is assigned the user role until unless you specify what role is to be assigned to that user, right? So during the course of today, we have few scenario-based activities involved in this. So I'll just be demonstrating a few, you can say, lab scenarios, right? And for this scenarios to execute all of these scenarios, we'll be making use of the power user role, right? So power user is capable of defining knowledge objects, creating reports, dashboards, or whatever. So that is the role what we are will be using for today's class. Okay, so to add more users, to create new roles, new capabilities, that is where our admin role would be needed. Okay, right. So okay, this is the interface of Splunk. Anyway, we'll be going through the system itself. So I believe this we can talk over it when we move to the system. So Splunk is directly accessed through its web console, right? Anybody can access with it as long as they have the connectivity and the credentials. Whenever a user is logging in, the default app is where they would land, right? A default app can be customized. Again, apps, when I mentioned apps, like we discussed before, it is a different workspace, right? So the default app which is shipped with Splunk is the search and reporting app. If you can see here, search and reporting, what you can see, there is a drop down. So you can select multiple apps across this, right? And define a separate app or default app for each user. So when a default app is already assigned to a user, that is where whenever a user logs in, they would land directly on that particular app. Okay. Right. So there can be, once Splunk is deployed in an organization, there can be multiple apps deployed, right? Maybe you will not even have access to all the apps, but the home app is the default app. It allows you to navigate to separate apps, or there is also a drop down, like I showed. From the drop down, you can directly jump into different apps, right? So each app, it is on, it is defined for a specific use case or purpose. Uh, so whenever Splunk ships, it has the home app and its search and reporting app. Okay. In short form, it is always called the search app because searching is something, a basic fundamental task of Splunk, right? Mentioning search, I'd just like to highlight the word Splunk, the history of Splunk. So how Splunk actually came into existence, right? Splunk is derived from a word called spelunking, Spelunk, Spelunk. You can Google it up. Spelunking is actually, it means exploration of caves, right? So explorers going down, investigating things into caves. That is how That is what spelunking actually means, and that is the base of the word for our solution today. So Splunk is derived from that, and in the essence of it, we are always looking to explore and investigate, right? So that's one of uh, yeah, good facts about Splunk. Okay, I have a question to elaborate about ITSI solution. Um, ITSI, like I mentioned, on a high level, it is a premium app designed for customers who are looking to satisfy their IT operations use cases. Of course, it is a quite extensive app in itself, which is not part of our today's agenda, but for sure, I'll make sure to share some more details to you on this separately. Okay, thank you for the question. Okay, all right. So these are the screenshots about the home app itself. We'll go through this when we jump into the interface directly. Okay, the navigation, the links to each of these, and the custom dashboard which can be assigned to your home page, home landing page. So the privileges for each user, like I mentioned, is different in an organization, of course. So each knowledge object can be assigned a separate permission, and as long as you have permission on that resource, it can be assigned within your app. Okay, so the search and reporting is your default app, and it's the default interface for all your search needs, right? So all your searching, whatever you're trying to search across Splunk, whatever data is available, how you're interacting with the data is through this app. Using this app, you can also create knowledge objects, reports, dashboards, alerts. All of these can by quite easily be created from the search app itself, right? We have few exercises on that as well as we proceed further on this in today's few later modules. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Again, talking about the search app itself, the layout of the app, how it actually looks, the navigation bar, the top level navigation bar helps you quickly go to each of the functions. The search is the basic function. This is where we would start off everything, right? And the search bar, it would give you, this is where you type in your queries. The queries, again, what you type, it uses search language, right? It is a free form, a Google-like search. Then you have the time range picker, where you define what is the time frame you're looking for your query to execute, and you start the search. Okay. The summarize event show you how many events are present, right? How many events have been indexed. And your search history will give you the last executed queries. The ones what you execute here, it is always maintained as a search history below. Okay. And each of these has its own separate functionality. The current view, which is shown here, is search. Of course, data sets, reports, alerts, dashboards, everything is a separate, you can say, sub module within this app. Okay, so data summary tabs. Data summary, it gives you a one-shot summary of how many events or logs have been indexed, and it divides it into three major metadata fields basically. That is by hosts, which hosts are actually generating your data. This is the list of unique hosts. It is defined by host names or IP addresses. Then the source, that is from where you're receiving, that is the file, if it is actually from an uploaded file or maybe from a network port, that would be listed under the source. And your source type. Source type is basically classifying the type of events that are expected from a specific source, right? What kind of events, type of events. For example, your web server logs or your OS logs. So this is nothing but you're classifying your logs as to what type of logs these are, right? Different types of events. That is what your source type helps you identify. So there are quite a few predefined source types defined. Of course, you can define your own custom source type as well. Okay, so once we run any search, whatever the results are being generated, that is what is being shown here. Of course, we'll walk through this when we go through the actual interface itself. But on a high level, whenever you enter any search term and hit search, whenever there are any hits, you would see a timeline here, which shows you the number of events, the scaling of each column, right? When you enter the last 24 hours, so here 1 hour, one column is equivalent to 1 hour. And each of these lines is an individual event. Okay. The fields and field values will go, we have that covered later on. So this is only about the events tab. When you run a search query, what exactly is being returned. Okay, so like I said, we have few scenario-based activities planned for today, lined up for today's session. I would be trying to simulate it in my environment, and the same you can try it on your environment as well. Okay. So for today's scenarios, what we are going to have, we are basically considering a company called Buttercup Games. Okay, Buttercup Games is a gaming company with its headquarters based out of San Francisco and in different locations. Boston and London are few other offices where it has its operations in. We are planning to ingest some data from these web servers and to get an idea of what kind of products are being sold across the world, right? What are its most commonly sold products and different scenarios, right? So for today's course, our scenario is going to be, we are actually an employee of a organization called Buttercup Games, right? Okay. And our role at Buttercup Games, we are joining as a Splunk power user. And whenever anybody has any requirement across the organization related to the data or any information required, they come to us with some specific requirements. Each one of the scenario might be different. It can be security operations related, IT ops related, or business analytics itself, right? So each of the scenarios designed are related to this particular role. Okay. Okay, so during the slideshow, you might see some tips here, notes, tips, links here. Each one of this points to references or reference libraries where we can get more information about specific things. Scenarios, like I mentioned, we have different scenarios, and for each module later moving forward, we are having scenarios at the end of the module. Okay, so it is kind of a virtual lab what we are planning to have today. Okay, right. So that is all about the first module, the Splunk overview, what Splunk is all about. Okay. I think we have a few questions here. Can we learn incident response on 30-day free trial? Incident response, when you're talking about incident response, I believe you're referring to the enterprise security app. For enterprise security app, of course, you can plan to use this. There is a Splunk ES sandbox. You get a 7-day sandbox access to enterprise security. On Splunk.com, you can register for it. You can just search for ES sandbox. You get a 7-day free trial. And on this, you directly get access to a Splunk cloud instance, which is also hosting enterprise security, and a whole set of demo data already available there. So once you get access to this, you will see all the demo events. It is a demo instance with different sets of events already available there. Okay. Right. So let's move to the next module, the Splunk components. Okay, if we can just have a quick 5-minute break, maybe stretch up a bit, and we'll catch up at 11. Meanwhile, I'll be available if any questions. You can just start posing it here, right? And we'll continue in another 5 minutes. Okay. Let's continue. We are continuing with the second module, Splunk components, that is. Okay. So just a heads up if I'm audible and people are able to hear me and my screen is visible. Hi guys, anybody can give a confirmation that if I'm audible? Or I believe people are yet to return. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, so we'll continue here with the second module, the Splunk components. Okay, like we said, the major three components are the indexer, search head, and forwarders, right? These are the three major components. So this for sure these are needed for any kind of deployment, even for um, a local lab environment as well. These are needed. Now this can be coupled into a single server, or it can be hosted on each individual server separately. That is something different. But to ingest data, uh, to save data, store data, index data, and to search data, these components are mandatory, right? Of course, indexer, it has its own receiving capability, or you can ingest directly through the indexer or search head itself. That is like eliminating the need of forwarder, but that is quite a rare scenario, right? So that is like it is you're using its inbuilt forwarder mechanism to make use of what a forwarder is actually designed to do. Okay, so right, so these are the major components which are mandatory. So what is all about indexer, right? So this guy, it is responsible for processing all the incoming data, storing it into separate folder structure or indexes, right? So whenever raw data is ingested in Splunk, right, the forwarders receive the data and they start sending it to the indexer. Whenever the raw data is received by the indexer, what it does, it classifies the data and stores it into separate indexes. So indexes are like logical separating units or logical partitions, you can say, which is separating or segregating the data, right? So these indexes, you can define these indexes. You can have different sets of indexes for each purpose. Like for example, for operating system, you need to store the logs in a specific index. You define a new index called OS. For network devices data, network related data, you need to store it in a separate index. You store it in a network index, right? So the purpose of index is it simplifies your organization of data in the backend, and as well it increases your performance when you are actually doing some search performance, because whenever you're doing any search operation, uh, you can limit that operation to be applied to a specific index, right? So think of it as a whole database. Within a database you have separate tables, right? So instead of searching for your data on the whole database, instead you know where it is being stored, which table it is being stored, and you're querying that table itself, right? So the result, the time it takes to search the entire database and time it takes to search on that table itself is quite significant, right? So that is one um, major use of separating indexes, right? So
what an indexer does, whenever all your raw data, machine data is ingested, it stores all the events into indexes. It adds the timestamp, and it extracts the metadata fields. By metadata, what I mean is every event, whenever it is sent to an indexer, it has at least 3 to 4 metadata fields. One which is mandatory is the index, where it needs to store. Then it adds the timestamp. It either extracts the timestamp from the event itself, or if there is no timestamp available in the event, it can add the current timestamp of the indexer, right? The timestamp and the index is something which is automatically defined. As well, the 3 metadata fields what we discussed before, that is the host, source, and source type, right? Which host is generating the data, the IP or host name, the source from where it is coming in, maybe it is the path of the file, the folder, or a network port. So this will be the source, and source type will give the type of data, the data type, basically what kind of data. So these are the 3 metadata fields which are stored, right? And each index, it contains your raw data and the index file. Okay, so this is how the Splunk index stores the data in the backend. So each of them is again, each index contains multiple files which are split by the time frame. Okay, when was the first event received, when was the last event received, is generally a naming convention internally followed by Splunk indexes. So whenever you run a search for a specific time frame, it knows quickly which index to directly query on, right? How it knows that? It is depending on the time frame what you enter. Okay. So yeah, that is about indexer. So how we are able to query the data under the indexer, that is where the search head comes in. So search head is your user interface to the backend data. Okay, it is again a Splunk enterprise instance. It can be either a separately hosted node, or it can be a search indexer also can have search capability, right? So it will double as an indexer as well as a search head. So what this does is, using your SPL, that is the search processing language, you are trying to query the backend raw data. Okay, so this is nothing but it is actually, whenever you type in your search query, search request, it goes to the indexer and fetches all the data which is applicable and returns it back to you. And at this time, it consolidates if there are multiple indexes, right? So it consolidates all the results. It does the normalization of your events and displays it to you. Okay, so in a distributed deployment, that is, you have multiple indexes which are storing the data, and you have a single search head which is querying each one of them. So whenever you run a search query here, it queries all the indexes for that specific query. It consolidates all the data. It normalizes the data. That is, it extracts the meaningful data out of it, right? Normalization, in generally, normalization or parsing is something which extracts specific fields, right? Fields or key value pairs, and it presents at the time of whenever you search. So this is something which happens at read time. Whenever you enter a search, that is when your normalization actually happens, right? So this is something what we call schema on the fly, right? Schema on the fly is whenever the data is being stored on the indexer, it is being stored in the raw format. If you see here, when we go back, this is something indexer, it is storing all the raw data. It doesn't normalize the data, right? So this is one of a differentiator of Splunk. So whenever normalization happens, so normalization happens at the search time, not at the index time. So when the data is written to the index, data is stored as raw data. But when the data is searched, the search time, the data when it is presented in normalized form. That is, it extracts all the fields and it shows the user the extracted fields. Right. So this is what you call a schema on the fly. So people who are planning to take up Splunk user certification, it might be one of the question, right? When does the data actually normalize? Right, normal data normalization, that is the field extraction, happens at search time and not index time, and this is a differentiator of Splunk itself. Right, the benefit of this, firstly, the raw data is always available. Raw data is always available at all times, right? At the indexer, the data is actually present in the format it was actually generated from the end device itself, the first benefit. And the next is the processing performance level, right? So performance is definitely enhanced, because normalizing is not something which the indexer is worried about, right? So all it is worried about, receiving the data, storing the data. Now, when you add normalization at the storage layer, it adds some certain level of processing to it, right? So this is not what the indexer is actually looking for. But when you're normalizing it at the search time, so your normalization only happens to the set of data that you're actually querying, right? So your performance is definitely increased with this. And like I said, it is one of the differentiators of Splunk. Right, and knowledge objects is something which is added to enhance the normalization. Like these are, you can say, something such as tags, or okay, adding more context to the fields which are extracted. Okay, so whatever fields are extracted, you add knowledge objects on top of that. That is something you're providing more information, right? You're giving more context to your data. Okay, that is what your search heads do. So all your reports, dashboards, whatever the user interface, we are talking about the search heads. And when we are talking about the data, how it is stored, how long it is stored, where it is stored, it is about the indexes. Okay. Yeah. So yes, so all the content, the reports, dashboards, all the visualizations, everything is stored in the search head itself. Okay, so forwarders. What is forwarder? Splunk forwarder. Splunk forwarder is a small piece of software. You can call it agent. Splunk also supports agentless collection, right? This sits on the end customer end data source itself, end machine. If you see the requirement of the forwarder, it is very, very less. It needs hardly around 500 megs of RAM, 500 MB, and quite a very little storage space. So you install it, it is running in the background, and it is installed mostly on all the end servers which are generating the data, right? So it typically resides on the data generating devices or servers, right? So these, what they do, they collect the data and forward the data to the indexer. There is a normal concern regarding this, whether the data is, how the data is moved between the forwarder and indexer. So whenever the data between forwarder and indexer, it is encrypted. You can use multiple forwarding techniques, right? And this another concern what the customers have is how much resources will it require, and installing an agent on actual production servers, will that affect in any way? So big giant customers are deploying forwarders on majority of their end servers with you can say quite minimal resources. It doesn't affect the performance, and that is the best way to collect the data, right? Of course, there are instances where customers would have some policies, some constraints, deploying forwarders on the end servers. In that case, we have the flexibility to always go back for agentless collection, like forward the data to a different forwarder, and we can collect the data from there, maybe probably over the network. The one of the most common scenario is for Windows event collection, right? For Windows event collection, there is a WMI protocol which each Windows server can forward its own logs through WMI, and when on comparison, Splunk forwarder uses very less resources and performance when it comes to comparison between Splunk forwarders, collection through forwarder or collection through WMI protocol, right? WMI uses good significant amount of resources in contrast to the Splunk forwarder. So it is always a good practice to use forwarders unless there is some specific requirement of not deploying it on the end production servers. Okay. Any questions? Please feel free to ask. Okay. In addition to this, like I said, these three are the major basic requirements: the indexer, searcher, and the forwarder. In addition to that, we have a whole ton of other components as well, which will be required as the deployment model is matures enough, right? With the increase of components there, with the increase of scale and deployment topology, there is increase in the components itself. So there is something called as deployment server. Deployment server is basically used to manage all your forwarders from a single place, right? If you have 100 forwarders deployed, so to manage all those 100 forwarders instead of individually logging into the end servers, that is where your deployment server would help you out. You can run a configuration or maybe deploy an app on the forwarder itself. So everything can be managed through a deployment server, right? Next, when you're expanding your environment to multiple indexers, and your indexers are clustered, right? So clustering is something which comes in when you're looking for like a high availability option or DR scenario, disaster recovery. When you're clustering your indexers, that is where you need something called as cluster master, right? Cluster master is something which commands your indexes whenever the different indexes within the cluster. So this manages your indexer cluster. And the license master is something which tracks your overall license usage across the deployment, right? The deployment can be a single server deployment, multi-server deployment, multi-site deployment. However, you can make use of a single license, right? License master is actually responsible for tracking all of this. So one quick question, do you know how Splunk is licensed? Any one of you? How do we license Splunk, or how it is sized? Okay. Okay, Great answers. Based on number of nodes, EPS based. Okay, so Splunk is licensed based on GB per day, right? GB per day is the amount of data that Splunk is indexing. Okay, EPS based, what is mentioned, that is events per second. It is equivalent to the data, because again we are talking about the data here, right? So it is all about data, how much data we are ingesting into Splunk. So the license metric is GB per day. Okay, so EPS of course can be translated into GB per day. How much, say if you have 1000 EPS, 1000 events per second, uh, um, how much you would be indexing in an entire day. So based on that, it would translate to the number of GBs per day that the data is being indexed, right? So once you have the license for this, say you have a license for 1 GB per day, you can ingest any sorts of data as long as you are within your license limit, right? And it doesn't, once you have this license, it doesn't matter how many um, instances you have, right? You can deploy say 2 or 3 instances using the same license. Okay, the number of nodes, it is something what we are not concerned about, right? It is whenever the data it is being collected from the forwarders and forwarded to the indexer, when the indexing happens, right, how much data is being indexed over a period of day, 24 hours, that is how the Splunk is licensed about. Okay, and this license master is something which keeps a track of it across your organization. See, if you have 20 indexers, you have around 4 or 5 search heads, and you have hundreds of forwarders. So your license master is actually tracking all the data that is being received and indexed across all of these indexers, right? So that is the job of this. One question what we get, do each of these components require their own dedicated machine or server? The straightforward answer is no, right? It depends on your size of deployment, because if you're tracking multiple, if you have say 50, 60 indexers in a cluster, it is always good to have a separate cluster master, because it is orchestrating the operations between the indexers. But in most ideal cases, all of these can be coupled with each other, and it can be hosted on a single, what we call as a utility server. All right, so license master is something, it doesn't require any large amount of resources. It is something which just tracks the license. Cluster master, of course it does. Deployment server also, it will require, depending on the number of clients it has to cater to. But again, when we talk in the most generic sense, it can be coupled with one another, right? We can have all of these three in a single server itself. Okay. Again, coming to the Splunk deployment scenarios, a standalone, a single server deployment. So you can remember these phases which are required for a deployment. We start with the input phase. That is where if you see a standard deployment, you're talking about forwarders. Okay, indexing and parsing is something happening at the indexer, and searching is something happening at the search head. Right, so in the most basic deployment topologies. So for a standalone deployment, all of these features are happening within a single instance, right? So when a single server performs all of this, all your utility servers, that is your license master, everything is happening within this itself. Okay, so whenever you download and install Splunk, this is what it will be installed as, a standalone machine. This is a very good scenario for a lab setup, or setting up Splunk on your own personal device. Okay, for testing, POCs, personal use, anything you want to test something out, you can install it on your own machine, right? Single server deployment is always used for that. Now, moving to a basic deployment where you are splitting the input phase out to the forwarders. So again, here we are using a single server which is doubling as your indexer and search head. Okay, so when you're doing this, okay, I have a question. Is there an OVF template for Splunk that we can deploy in our lab? Actually, we'll walk through this in the next session. You can download it. It is not an OVF. You can download it as a different executable for your platform and install it. We'll see it in the next session, next module, from where to download and how to install it. Okay. Yeah. Right. So this is also a single server deployment, but the input phase is moved out to the forwarders. Right. So a single deployment is not ideally recommended in production scenarios. But a small organizations which do not have much resources or who are not more into investigation and just deploying for compliance purpose, or have very small search needs with a small number of users, maybe for them they can use a single server deployment. However, for log collection, they'll always rely on forwarders. Okay, one difference here is, okay, what is the minimum specs required for lab? It can be installed on your personal laptop. It doesn't require much specifications. If you have 8 GB RAM or even 4 GB RAM running your OS, Splunk is running in the background. It doesn't require much of the resources. When it comes to hard disk, we are not planning to ingest any number of logs. So 5 GB should be sufficient, right? 5 to 10 GB should be more than enough. And it runs on your machine as a backend service. So it doesn't require much of resources for the lab, of course. Okay. Yeah. So forwarders, we are deploying it on the end servers. You install forwarders, they collect the logs, and they forward it to your centralized Splunk server. In this, you can optionally configure forwarder management. That is the function of a deployment server, right? If you go back, deployment server, this is the function of deployment server to manage the forwarders. You can do that forwarder management as well from this. So deploy anything across different forwarders. That can be done here. Now, when it comes to the setup, there are two setups basically. You have when you download the executable file, all the components require a Splunk installable, and a forwarder is a separate installable. Okay, we'll go to the downloads page very shortly. I'll mention this then. Okay, moving to a more mature deployment model, multi-instance. You have a whole set of forwarders, and you have different indexes. Just make sure to remember this convention called as search peers, because search peers is not applicable as a search head. Rather, indexers are called as search peers, right? Because when you execute a search query here, the search is happening across these peers. So actually, indexers are your search peers, and this might be a question in your user certification exam, right? So this is a most common deployment scenario. Multi-instance, all functions are separated. The input phase is separated. Indexing and parsing, of course, is applicable to the indexes, and the searching is applied to the search head. Okay, so Organizations indexing up to 100 GB per day, supporting more than 100 users. Of course, the forwarders, any number of forwarders. Like I said, licensing is not based on number of nodes. You can deploy as many as you like. The indexers as well. Again, if you have the resources, enough resources, you can deploy multiple indexers, multiple search heads. All of them are managed by a single license master. So your license doesn't limit you to the deployment of the number of servers. Okay. One thing which is a more advanced topic, just to mention here, whenever you forward to a number of different indexes, you have a built-in load balancing mechanism available in the forwarders. So you can deploy to a pool of indexes directly from the forwarders, right? It is a matter of a small configuration there, but it is available in the forwarders. Okay. This multi-instance, it can be deployed on a single site. It can be deployed on multi-site within the same data center or same geographical location, or even separate geographical locations, right? So you can have the Splunk deployed across your organization, which is spread across multiple geographies. There is an advanced concept which is called as clustering, right? So clustering is applicable at the indexer layer or the search head layer, right? So at the indexer layer, when you are clustering it, you are grouping multiple indexers into a single cluster. This can be mainly for your HA and DR requirements. When it comes to search head, again, search head clustering can be for high availability there as well. For indexers, you do not have any minimum number of nodes for clustering. That is, even if you have 2 indexes, you can enable it as a cluster. But for search head to be clustered, it needs at least 3 search heads. Okay. Again, with when you talk about clustering, there are additional components which come into play, right? For indexer, you have something called as cluster master, and for search head clusters, you have something called as deployer. We'll not go much in detail on the clustering part, but on the architecture level, for a multi-instance deployment, it would be something similar to this. Okay, right. So yeah, this is what I was talking about, the search head cluster. Search head cluster needs at least 3 nodes. Okay. The main use of search head cluster is for having the search head available at all times, as well with the increase of your search needs. Say, for example, the data ingested is at the same rate. You have 100 GB per day incoming data, but your users have increased significantly. From 10 users, you suddenly have, say, 25 users who are accessing the Splunk interface, and constantly they are running some search queries. So when you have a single search head, each search you run there, it is using some set of its own resources, right? So each search, it needs to query the indexer. So with the increase in number of searches, that is, you are actually utilizing the resources of the search heads. So when you have a cluster, you are more open for the searches to be run, right? And to manage this search head cluster, there is something called a deployer. So for indexer cluster, you have a cluster master, but for search head cluster, you have deployer. I believe these naming conventions would be confusing a bit initially, because deployer is similar to deployment server, which is deployment server is used for the forwarders. And for this, it uses cluster master or the master node. You have multiple names for that. So for this, at the moment, you can just be concerned about these components itself: search heads, indexer, and forwarders. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Right. When it comes to the indexer cluster, you can define a cluster with at least 2 nodes. whenever you define a cluster, the most common use of a cluster, indexer cluster, is for your HA or DR, that is a replication of data. However, there is a possibility that you can define a cluster which does not actually replicate the data, but even then it will be under a cluster, right? The reason for this, just to have a simplified management across the indexes. Okay, but when you use when you are not replicating data across each other, at that time one indexer goes down, your data of course is lost. But rather than that, if you're actually using the replication of data, for example, 4 indexers each have uh, one set of copy, or at least 3 indexers have full data at all times. So in that case, your fault tolerance is increased. So even if one indexer goes down, you have all the data present in the remaining 3 at all times, right? So the major reason for clustering being used is for your high availability. Okay, all right. I think we have one more question. Parsing happens in search head or indexers? Very good question. Parsing happens at the indexers. Okay, so the whenever the data is being stored, right, it parses. The standard basic level of parsing happens at the indexer, but the field extraction, it happens at the search head, at the search time. Okay, installing Splunk. This is our next module, and we'll quickly go through this. Okay, this is the one what I was mentioning. Your installation package, you have 2 separate packages, only 2 packages you have. One is your Splunk Enterprise package, using which you can deploy any of these functions. Any or almost everything can be deployed using the single package. And the second package is for your Splunk forwarder. Which version of Splunk you are using currently? The latest version is 8.1.2. I think that is what I'm using in my lab currently, right? Okay. Okay, we'll quickly go through where you can install. Let me go through this. Okay, I'm sharing my browser now. I think it should be visible. Okay, I believe most of you have already registered with Splunk.com. You just need to sign up with your corporate ID. Let me log in with this. Just try and register with Splunk.com. Okay, once you register for it, you have access to the Splunk base, as well as you can download it. It is Splunk.com. Let me paste it in the chat. Okay, we have questions. Is it free? Okay, I'll answer that. Will you be covering Smart Store to S3 Cloud Storage? No, sorry, will not be covering that in this class. Okay. Once you register in Splunk.com, just log in, go to free Splunk. You will get that as well. Okay, you can download your Splunk from here, your Splunk Enterprise. So once you download your Splunk Enterprise setup, okay, it is 8.2. The latest one is 8.2. You can download the same thing. Or if you want to use something older, you can go for older releases. You can download it for your platform, Linux, Windows, or Mac. I'll be installing it on a Windows platform. So the MSI, I've already downloaded it. For the Linux, you can download it in 3 separate packages: RPM, TGZ, or .deb. And Mac, of course, it has its own installable files as well. Okay, this is for your Splunk Enterprise. Now, when you download this Splunk Enterprise, when you download and install it, you have a 60-day trial there. Okay, you can use it for 60 days, all the functions. When you see the license, it will be under the trial license. Okay, trial license is actually giving you um, all the functionalities of Splunk Enterprise, but it is in the limit is sorry, the ingest rate, the license is limited to 500 MB per day. Okay, after you complete your 60 days trial, it will be automatically converted to a free license. Okay, this free license, you can use it as long as it doesn't have any what you say, it is a perpetual license. There is no validity limited to it. But again, your free license has some limitations. The first is the data limit. It is limited to 500 MB per day. And in addition, you have few of the features do not work. You cannot configure alerts on it. You cannot do distributed deployments using the free license, right? So the free license is actually, it is converted to a free license once it crosses its 60 days of trial period. Okay, so you guys can register and download the Splunk Enterprise setup. I have downloaded my Windows, the MSI package. Okay, that is something what we'll be installing now. The other thing what you need to download from here is your Splunk Universal Forwarder. Okay, so again, for Splunk Universal Forwarder, you have its own platforms and executables for each of them: 32-bit or 64-bit for Windows, Linux, Solaris, Mac OS, FreeBSD, and AIX. Again, I'm using all Windows environment, and for this course, of course, we are not using the forwarder itself. So, but it is available for download. You can download it. It is free. These are the main components which are needed for your Splunk deployment. Okay, back to the presentation. Okay, back to the presentation. Two setups. One is a Splunk Enterprise, another one is a Splunk Forwarder. So using Splunk Enterprise, you can deploy any of these functions. The same setup is being used, the same package. So after you deploy, you need to configure it to be a specific, to use a specific function, indexer, or you have to configure it to be used as a search head only, or anything. So the installable executable is the same, and you have a forwarder setup as well. Okay, let me quickly share a second screen here. Okay, I think. Okay. Okay, is my screen visible now?
Yes, your screen is visible.
Okay, thank you, Maureen. Okay, so I've downloaded these setup files, the MSI. I'm using 8.1.2. Okay, and the forwarder, of course, it is not being used here. The installation is quite simple. You just need to run the installer, install it on your machine. I'm using a separate VM for today's install. I'm accepting the license, accepting the default. Of course, when you customize, you can customize two options here, where to install it and to install it as what user. Local system is always preferable, but if you have some limitations, of course, in production environment, it can vary. If you need to install Splunk as a domain user, you can change this. We'll have a look at that as well. So C program file, Splunk is where I'm installing this, and I'm installing it as a local system. The admin user, this is, if you recall, there are three basic roles, right? So admin, power, and user. So this is the default administrative user. I'm calling it the admin and a password. Let me get this. That's it. So once you give this, this is your administrator account using which you will be logging in for the first time on Splunk Enterprise. Of course, this is an option if you want to give it. Right. So that is all about the installation. It will take a few minutes, and it would install it in your location. If any of you guys are using a Linux platform, the steps are different. Just let me know if anybody is using Linux platform. You have well documented steps or how you can deploy Splunk there, right? So when you deploy on Windows, it is installed as a service. Okay. It will be installed as a Splunk D service, not it here. And it will be configured to start up automatically whenever the machine starts. But if you install it on a Linux platform, you would have to actually add a auto boot command to instruct it to start whenever the machine starts. So on Windows, you're covered. On Linux, you need to add one more step there. Okay, we have a good question here. The Windows server where you install Splunk should be joined to the domain. In production scenarios, yes. In the most common scenarios, yes, it is good to have a Splunk system on the domain. But again, when I talk about production, most production systems where we deploy Splunk is on Linux platforms, right? So domain is not in the picture there. In our lab scenario, no, there is no domain here. This is a standalone VM where I'm installing. You can do it. You do the same on your machine, of course, standalone installation. It doesn't matter if you're installing it in a domain or as a standalone system. But like I said, in most production environments, when you're deploying it on Windows, you can add the Windows Splunk server to be part of the domain. But always preferable for any production instances, go with Linux. Okay, so that's it. We are done installing Splunk. Let's That's simple. Just next, finish. There's nothing much to do here. So I guess we are at a good place to give a stop here. A brief pause, 10 minutes, coffee break, and we'll continue the rest. You guys can try to install it on your machines. If you have any troubles, you can let me know. I believe most of us have already registered on this. Splunk.com, you have the setup files with you. Okay. Or I have shared the links in the chat. You can try and download it and continue, or you might try it later as well. Okay. So it's 11:50 now. We'll have a quick short coffee break for another 10 minutes. We'll resume at 12, and probably we'll continue for another 90 minutes to 2 hours before we break for lunch. Okay. Again, if any questions, please feel free to post it here. Okay, we do have a question. What does field extraction mean? Okay, field extraction. Okay, we have a module coming up which talks all about fields, what a field actually is. Okay, field is nothing but an identifier, a key which contains which is a key value pair, right? So a string of data within a log, what each extraction, each segment means there, it is nothing but a field, right? We'll discuss this when we come to the fields chapter. Okay, so all right, guys, we'll resume at 12. Okay, I'll stay on mute for another 10 minutes and we'll join back on 12 to continue with the next session, next module. Just to be sure, I have okay. All right, so these are some of the commands which is used from the Splunk, mostly, like I said, mostly useful when we talk about on Linux installs. Okay, we'll come back and continue from here. Okay, great, guys. I believe everyone are back. Let's continue. Okay. So installation of Splunk is complete. All right. Splunk is installed on our Windows machine. You guys might have tried it out yourself. If any issues, just let me know. Okay, or anyway, we'll continue here on my machine to proceed further. Like I said, there is only a single installable for Splunk Enterprise. You download it, and after installation, you configure what instance it has to behave as, right? So the requirements, the hardware requirements, let me quickly paste you a link to where you can find the hardware requirements for production deployments. Okay. So the hardware requirements might differ from the size of deployment you're looking at. Just a link. To the hardware requirements. Okay, I think most of the customers, when they ask how much for a production instance, what are the minimum specifications needed, you can, this link would be useful for you. Okay. All right. So when you're installing Splunk on Linux or using the CLI to install on Windows as well, you can make use of multiple commands to start Splunk, stop Splunk. There are different sets of commands which can be run from the bin folder of the Splunk installation directory. Okay, so Splunk is a program which is under your bin folder. I believe I'm sharing my slideshow right now. So if any issues if you cannot hear me, just let me know. I'll stop. If you guys have any issues during installation, if you have tried to install, you can let me know as well. Or if you need some specific steps for Linux installation, that also can be done. Right. I mentioned one thing that when you install on Linux, it is not enabled to start. Splunk is not enabled to start at boot time by default, and you need to define it separately. This the last statement, what you can see here, this is the command what you need to execute after you install Splunk on Linux to let the system know that Splunk needs to start when the system starts up, right? So the user here is the user you will be using to run the Splunk service as. Okay. Okay, so this is our first scenario here. You have recently joined the team at Buttercup Games as a Splunk administrator. You have been asked to install Splunk Enterprise and create accounts for users. Okay, so I believe we have already installed Splunk. Okay, let's do a quick login on Splunk. I've installed it on one of my VMs, so it would be here. This is the first time I'm logging in. The user, what I will give here is the user what I created at the time of installation. Okay. Whatever name you might have given, it might not necessarily be admin. Whatever name you have given at the time of installation, that is what you're logging in here as. This is your administrator account. Okay. Let's give this to never. Your just an introduction of how things are. There you go. So this is your Splunk interface. You're done installing, you're logged into Splunk. It is as simple as that. Okay. This is your home app. When you log in the first time, you're uh, logged into the home app. You can see, sorry. Right, whatever apps are installed should be listed here, right? So an app is nothing but a workspace, right? Separate workspace. So Splunk ships with a home app as well as a search and reporting app. So these are the default apps. Now, as per our scenario, we need to install Splunk as well. We need to um, uh, define or create some users, right? Let me quickly go to users. Okay, this is our admin user. Let me create a new user. I'll create a power user. You can give whatever name you like. I'm going to use P user. Full name is optional. All of these are optional. I'll just set a password here. Default system time zone will default back to your Splunk server time, or you can use the time zone where we are currently at. Okay, let me just want it to 0.4. I'm connecting from this time zone. The default app is here. You can select which app you need to be the user. Whenever the user is logging in, what app they need to log in as. So I'll keep it to the home app. You see by default it is a user. Let me remove it, and I will give it the power user privilege. If you want to create a separate role, you're welcome to do that. And required password change at first login. I'll remove that as well because I've set the password I need. Let me just save this user. Okay, I have a password saved for this. Okay. Now this is the admin user. To create a user, you always need an admin privilege. Okay. So the first scenario, what we have, you can see all the options available for this particular user. You can configure anything, anything here, right? But when we log in as the newly created user, things would be different. The privilege, it depends on the privilege what a user is defined as. Okay, so this is our first scenario. I think we are good to go with the first scenario. Okay, we have installed Splunk. We have user account added. So power user is something we'll be using moving forward for the different modules. Okay, right. So starting off with the next module, getting data in, right? Now we have set up Splunk. Splunk is running in an environment. Now it is time to input some data, right? At the moment, there is no data there. Okay. Right. So when we are talking about inputting the data, there are two things I think I mentioned in the previous slides: index time process and search time process, right? So what happens at index time? Index time is when the data is sent from the forwarders and it is written to the index, your hard disk. Okay. So the input phase, of course, is handled by your forwarders. One more thing I believe I missed to mention before, there are different types of forwarders as well. Okay. Forwarders, the most common type of forwarder is the universal forwarder. we also have something called as heavy forwarder. So a heavy forwarder is installed from our Splunk enterprise package, but a universal forwarder package is a different package, right? Universal forwarder is doing nothing but receiving the logs, it is forwarding to indexer. But the difference between universal forwarder and a heavy forwarder is that heavy forwarder does include the parsing field within the forwarder. Okay, so that is the difference between a universal forwarder and heavy forwarder. Now, in most of the cases, the most ideal scenario, you deploy a universal forwarder, and the input phase is applicable to this. It collects some logs, it reads some local directory, it receives some syslog feeds. Whatever it does at the forwarder layer, that is the inputs phase. So all of this, it collects it as some streams and it forwards it to the indexer, the next layer, the indexer layer. Okay. Uh, at the indexer layer, whenever the data is input, it the log, incident log that is in the raw format, it is undergoing a parsing phenomenon. So in the parsing phase, what it does, it breaks down the data, whatever is coming in. First, it classifies the data into separate events, right? Each each event, again, there is at least the metadata fields extracted from this. Okay, so each event first, and ideally it should have a timestamp. If the event itself doesn't have any timestamp, the indexer adds its own local timestamp to that particular event. Okay, so when we talk about inputs and parsing, a heavy forwarder, the only difference between universal and a heavy forwarder is that it is capable of parsing at the forwarder level itself. Okay, but in most ideal cases, the parsing is done by the indexer. Okay, once it is done, there is a, you can see there is a license master shown here. Now this is accounting for the amount of data. Okay, the amount of data that is being sent into the disk. So once it is sent, it is saved in the disk, right? It cannot be changed. That is where your data integrity comes in. You cannot modify or transform or whatever you do with the data. Once it is stored in the disk, it is stored. So your license meter runs here after the data is being passed, before it is being compressed and stored in the disk. So there is some level of compression before the data is being stored on the disk. So this is what happens at your indexer layer. Okay, so you deploy a forwarder, you collect the data, you send it to the indexer. The indexer first classifies the data into separate events, right? It breaks up the data into separate events, extracts the fields, basic fields. By fields, I mean first it assigns a timestamp to that event and the other metadata fields. By metadata, I mean the host, source, and source type fields. Then there is a license meter running here, which tells that, okay, this particular indexer, this amount of data has been ingested to this particular indexer, and then it stores in the disk as a the data in a compressed format. Okay, this is the index time process. Okay, the data input types, the data input types can be many different types are available, but the most common things are, it can either be read from files and directories. You can listen on some specific network ports like syslog data. In today's scenario, most of the data which is being collected, it is either being collected through files, folders, or through network ports, right? Network ports, that is all your network and security devices, all your firewalls, IPS, IDS, whatever, all of these are sending the data in syslog, right? So the network data is you're configuring Splunk to listen on a specific port, and to this port you will be forwarding the data. Script output, you can configure scripts to the output of a script can be used as an input for ingesting the data. Windows logs, it can directly query the Windows event directory, the active directory logs, right? For domain level changes, or all of this can be collected, as well as HTTP using HTTP event collector. Any API based log forwarding is also possible. Okay, how you configure to input any kind of data, it can be done from multiple ways. Again, the most common and easiest way is to do through the Splunk web interface itself, right? Splunk web is one of the option. Then you also have apps and add-ons from Splunk base. So like I mentioned before, app or add-on. Okay, apps and add-ons, these are available on Splunk base. The difference between apps and add-ons is that add-ons might not necessarily contain any visualization information. Okay, any set of purely only configuration files, only designed to maybe perform some specific data related operation. That is something what an add-on is. But app is something which is installed and visible from the Splunk web interface, right? Add-on can be deployed at the forwarder layers as well, and it might not contain any visualizations. Okay, so these are complementing each one another, apps and add-ons. All of these are available at Splunk base. So again, these are a set of configuration files. So you can define all your inputs. Your inputs are basically residing under your Splunk installation directory as a configuration file. Okay. To be more specific, it is residing as your inputs.conf file under your Splunk installation directory. So you can either edit the inputs.conf file itself, or using the CLI, you can configure the inputs, or using the Splunk web, you can add the inputs, or you can have an app or add-on which would ultimately end up modifying the inputs.conf file. Okay, whatever changes you do here, here, or here, everything is this is the ultimate location. So whatever configurations you are doing in the backend, it is reflected in your configuration files. So your inputs.conf would be affected by any of your changes made here, right? So these are the ways you can add data, right? Multiple ways. You have again flexibility there as well. Okay. Now, talking about the metadata fields. Metadata is this every event has its own metadata values. Like these are the bare minimum number of fields or classification that an event has, right? So the first thing is index. Where does it store the data, right? If there is no index specified, it will default to the main index. Main index is your master partition. Okay. So within this is something, these partitions are logical partitions within Splunk itself. So if you do not define any index, it will save to your main index. Then comes your these three, the main three, how it helps classifying the data. Source is either the path of the file, or the network port, or the script from where the data is actually coming in, right? So if you're receiving syslog data, your source would point it to say UDP 514. That will be your source. Now host is your host name. It is either your IP or IP or host name. This is either extracted from the event field itself, or you can define a static entry. Okay, that whenever events are being collected from this particular source, the host should be a specific name or IP. Okay, that is about your host. And the source type is this is the classification of what type of event it is, right? From where it is coming, the type of the source. Say for proxy events, your source type would be access cookie. Okay, for your OS events, your source type would be OS Linux example. So these are the metadata fields which are applicable for all the events which are coming in, right? There is no event which does not have the metadata fields. Okay. You can also override them at input time or later. That is for the host or source type. You can change it, right? If you by default, if Splunk is classifying the data coming in from a specific host, you want it to be displayed as a separate host name, you can always modify it. How we modify it? Again, we are talking about the configuration files. Okay. So adding data through Splunk web, we'll see this in the portal in the Splunk interface itself. There are two ways from where we can directly jump and add in the data. From the home page itself, or from the settings page. Under settings page, you will have add data link directly, or from the home page, you would have add data link. Or if you go to the settings, data inputs, settings and data inputs, you can add each different types of data. One thing to note here, this privilege is available for the admin by default, and the power user does not have this privilege. So for us to onboard any data, we'll be going to use the admin credential here. So right now in our setup, we have two users. One is the admin, the default admin, and the P user, the power user, what we have created, right? So to add any data, we'll be using the admin credential. Okay. Okay, we'll check the add data menu when we go to the Splunk interface. Okay, let's discuss that here itself. So when we click on add data on any of through any of these methods, either from the home page or from the settings panel or from the data inputs, when you go to add data, you would see this. What kind of data? How would you like to add data? All right. Upload data is something which is very useful if you're looking for a one-time upload of a log file. Okay, so if you're planning to test some logs or events, always use this option. Okay, upload it from your local machine or wherever for it is a one-time thing. You upload it, you verify it, then maybe you can delete the index. You can create a separate index for testing scenarios. When you come to monitor, monitor gives you more flexibility. It is either monitoring of a specific file or folder for real-time updates. A log file being written to in real-time live data. So monitor option you would use to point to that particular file or folder or even ports, right? So for network ports, for your syslog collection, you would use the monitor option. That is, you specify the port details there, and it would continuously monitor whatever data is being written there. And the last option is the forward option. This requires a forwarder to be installed. Okay, so when you have forwarders in your deployment, in your whole deployment topology, when you have forwarders, those forwarders first need to be added to your Splunk search head interface, where it has access to the forwarders, and then you can make use of the forwarder option. So what this will do, this will guide the forwarders to collect data from specific endpoints. Again, from the forwarder, you can also do a monitoring on the forwarder layer, or you can upload from the forwarder layer. Upload is anyway applicable to the local. So monitoring from different files and folders or network ports applicable to the forwarder can be done. Okay. So once you select say the upload option, then you get an option from where and up to option. Okay, this is from the monitor option. So once you select monitor, you need to select the source where it has to monitor, what it has to monitor, files directories directly from HTTP or HTTPS, any network port or scripts. If it is a local file, you need to browse and specify where the file is, and you have the option to monitor it continuously or index it once. Okay, so when you specify index at once, whatever you're doing here happens in the web GUI itself. It does not add a stanza in your inputs. Okay, because after you say, for example, you're ingesting this once, then you need not, there is no requirement to ingest it again, right? So it will not create a stanza in inputs.conf. This also can be one of the question for your Splunk user exam, when it wouldn't create a stanza in inputs.conf. Okay. All right. Okay. Once you have uploaded the file, here is where you define what kind of log it is, right? Or what kind of source it is. You define the source type. So by default, when you upload a file, Splunk will try and assign a predefined source type, right? And it will try to analyze what kind of log it is, and based on that, it will automatically assign a source type, or you have the flexibility to modify it as per your requirement. Okay, it can be modified. Okay, so source type, like I said, it can be assigned automatically, or you can define, select a different predefined source type from the list, or you can create your own source type, right? For creating your own source type, you have multiple functions, how the source type should function, how it should actually extract the data, right? So for, you see this, the timestamp, each event is separated and each event is assigned a timestamp. So how it needs to pull that information from the events, how it needs to classify the events, all of this can be classified using different parameters, and you can define your own source type. Okay, the data preview, the next data preview, it will show how your source type is processing your events. If you're not satisfied with it, you can change the advanced parameters, and of course, once only you're satisfied that your defined source type is doing the needed is pulling the needed information, you can proceed. Okay, by default, there are many types defined out of the box, which are called as pre-trained source types. So Splunk continuously tries to understand what kind of log is being received, and it will assign that source type directly to that source. Okay, if it does not recognize directly, you can use this drop down and point it to a different source type, or you can define your own custom source type. Okay, right. Once you have assigned the source type, then you're talking about the app context, to which app it should be applicable. Okay, the most common thing is the search and reporting, or the search app. Okay, so this why this is necessary, because it depends where this information is being stored in your backend directory structure, right? Because Splunk always relies on its backend configuration files. So whatever app you configure here, the folder structure where this configuration is saved would vary. Okay, and then this is the overriding. What you can see, you can specify the host from where it is receiving. You can, if the log itself contains this information, you can pull that information directly from the log, or you can specify constant value to define from which host this is being received. And the last is the index. You either create a new index, select an existing index, or by default it will be the main index. Okay, Then once you have defined all these settings, your source types, and your input settings, just review all of this. Once it's done, submit it. So once you have submitted it, all your events are indexed. So from the input phase, we are moving towards the index phase now. So once your input is done, it is indexed in your indexer, right? In our instance, we are using a single server, so it wouldn't matter. Everything happens on the same box, but the data is saved or written to your Splunk disk. Okay, that's it. Now we have a scenario. You have recently joined the team at Buttercup Games as a Splunk admin. You have been asked to ingest data into your Splunk enterprise data for searching. Perfect. So we have a sample set of data here. Let me quickly share my screen. Okay, we'll go here. So we are logged in as the admin user, right? So as an admin user, once you're logged into your home app, you can see this add data field. This is what we are talking about. Or in the settings page, you have add data option here as well. Okay. Or the last option is under data inputs, you can define, you can add new input, whatever new kind of input you need to add. So you have whole set of different kinds of inputs. Also your forwarded inputs. There are no forwarders installed, so this wouldn't be of much use, but you can define any of these. Okay, just click on add new and you can go there. So we'll quickly add some data here. I'll quickly go to add data. Skip the store, but when you guys are logging for the first time, just make sure to take the store. It will again guide you through the same steps. Okay. Upload, monitor, forward. I'm looking to upload some files from my local system. Let me try and okay. Okay, let me, this is my access log. I'll open this log. Okay, it's actually on cloud, so it is downloading. Okay, it's done. Okay. Once this is done, okay, once I click on next, you can see the source type. It has automatically assigned the access combined cookie. This is a web server log, web application log actually. So I'm receiving this from one of a sample web application. This is from our Buttercup Games, of course. So I am going to leave this as it is. Please type. This is, so for this, let me set a host value of web application. This is my host. I'm instructing Splunk to say whenever for all this data, what I'm ingesting right now, this has to be mapped to this particular host. So this is for my host value. Index, I'll leave it to default. Of course, you can create a new index at any point of time. Default will always go to the main index. Let me review this and submit. So I'm uploading this data. This data is done. It is uploaded. So now next I can either start searching or let me add more data. I have few more files to be uploaded here. I've already added the web application file. Let me try and add this is the operating system. That is from the web server itself. Okay, I'm adding this file. you see the events are separated, the event time is separated, but the source type which is assigned to this file is default. But I know that this particular log file is coming from the operating system of my web server. So I'll make use of one of the predefined or pre-trained data source, which is the Linux secure. This will instruct Splunk saying, so this log is using the Linux secure source type. Okay. Again, coming to the host value. By the way, this host value, it is taking off my Splunk server installation. Wherever I've installed Splunk, this is the name of that. But it is in most ideal cases, your forwarder or will be installed at the end server itself, right? So it would take up the host value of that particular server. In our case, we are installing it separately. So it is web server. Again, I'll leave the default to the index to default. I'll review it, submit it. It's uploaded and it's done. I have one more set of data which I want to upload. The last set of data. This is, let's just select, okay, this is my DB audit, a CSV file. So when I'm selecting next, it is assigning a CSV file here. Right, so CSV file, okay. So this is, even though this is a CSV file, but I know that this is something specific to a database, right? So the field extractions are proper. This is what we call as field extractions, or the first stage of parsing. It is separating each line as an event, extracting the timestamp as well as the metadata fields. So even though if it is CSV, I know that it is from a database. So I'm going to define a new source type here, which I'm going to name as DB audit. This will be my Postgres audit log. Okay. The category I will save it under database, and app it is system, so it will be applicable for everything, and I'll save it. So this is a custom uh, custom uh, source type what I've just added. Okay, so you see it is under database. DB audit is my source type for this. For those, okay, let me go here. This will be my database server. This is coming from my database server. I'll keep again the default to be index to be default, and I'll upload this file. Okay. Now, okay. Now let me try to log in. Our data is already ingested, so the role for our admin user is done here. Let me log in as my power user, what we have created. Okay, this is the power user. This, okay, now I'm in the Splunk search app, right? So in search app, if I see the data summary from where we have any data, perfect. So this is the data what we have ingested from web server, web application, and database. These are the counts for each of this. The sources, the source will give you the log file from where it has received, and the source type, the one which it automatically detected, the one where we pointed to a pretend source type, and the custom source type what we have defined. Okay, so yeah, so we have added the data that completes our scenario and this module. Okay, jumping back to the scenario. Ingest data, yes, we have done, and it is ready for searching. It is available for searching. Now, moving to the next module, the basic search. So, searching, it uses SPL, that is a search processing language. It is a free-form Google-like search. You can type in events as you like. It supports wildcards, and the convention what it follows is you can make use of the pipe operator. Pipe operator actually creates a subset of your existing search. Okay, and how you define your search terms is based on your Boolean operators, that is and or not. Okay, using Boolean operators, you can define any condition what you like. You have the flexibility of defining wildcards as well. Okay, and of course the suggestions also as provided by Splunk. As you start typing in, you will see suggestions popping up which assist you in building the search query. Okay, so for any of your operations, search is the base, right? So whatever you're planning to do with Splunk, search is a mandate. Everything will be revolving around your search. So building an effective search query is something quite useful as you move forward. Okay, so the search assistant, it provides some of the suggestions, but once you start typing in, you're more familiar with what you are actually looking for. Okay, um, so the pipe operator is actually, you can say it is the operator which supports search language adding functions to your search queries. Okay, so once you add the pipe, the previous search query is the default set for the next pipe. Okay, so for example, you need to give some commands. So all those commands are applicable for whatever you have typed in here. So for each consecutive pipe operators run on the previous set. Okay, so once you type in the pipe, you get suggestions for the next possible commands you want to use, next possible functions, right? So using pipe, you can define additional functions as you move forward to narrow down the results. Okay. Okay. One more thing to add before you proceed with the search. Whenever we are searching, by default, the search assistant is set to compact mode. Okay, you can define, you can change it to point to the full mode. When your search assistant is running in full mode, you will have more number of suggestions and details shown in your drop downs. Okay, so your search assistant, as you keep typing, you can see here, once you keep typing, it will show you the suggestions possible what you are looking for and the explanations. So if you set your preference to be in full, this explanation gives a more detailed elaboration of your uh, whatever command you're using. For example, the example shown here, it is using a search command, chart command. So what is chart all about? It will give you the examples, the syntax. If you click more, you get all the details what it is capable of doing, right? So this is possible when you set it to full mode. So I would advise, whenever you're starting to work with Splunk, the first thing is go to your user preferences and change the search assistant to full. Okay, so as you go ahead, you will be learning more stuff. Okay, right. The formatting and the parentheses are by default. So if you can see whatever is typed here, it will be color coded. That also is something what you need to define in your user preference. Okay, the theme, it is the theme. So once your theme is defined, your search query is color coded to differentiate what kind of entries are entered, as well as to identify parentheses. So if you click on one parenthesis, what is the ending parenthesis will be directly pointed out. Okay, this is very useful to identify if there is any uh, what is a format error, right? So if syntax is wrong, if a parenthesis is missing, you just click. If your pointer is here, it should highlight where is your starting parenthesis. Okay, so this is again a small tweak helping you build the right syntax. Whenever you enter a search query, all your results displayed are in the reverse chronological order. That is, your latest event, the newest event is displayed first, and it follows in a reverse chronological order, decreasing timeline. Okay, newest to oldest. And whatever you enter here, any event with that specific string, right? It doesn't matter from where you are receiving those events, everything is listed out. So we'll jump into what are uh, the individual fields which are parsed. Okay, again, to answer one previous question, what a field is nothing but across this. You can see this is a raw log, right? Each segment of it, each segment is a key value pair, right? It defines, it signifies something. So that is something which Splunk parses it or extracts it to make more sense out of it. So by default, it removes, it extracts the time. It should have index information where it is storing the logs, the host information, the source, and the source type. These are the metadata fields available at all times. Okay, the time index, host, source, source type. So any event at any point of time will have all of these information, all of this information. Okay, this is how the indexer parses the data and it helps it save the data. Okay, falling back to the search results. Okay, we'll check this when we are in the Splunk interface itself. Okay, search results to modify a search. Whenever you have certain results, you want to add something to the search criteria, it is as simple as clicking it, add to the search, and that your search criteria is modified accordingly. Okay, or you can add to exclude it from search or run a new search from that specific string. So whatever you're planning to do, it is just a matter of few clicks. The layout options, again, this is by default, it is listed in the list as a list. You can modify it to view the raw events only or as a table. Okay, by default, the list view is of the best and most useful thing. The time range, okay, whenever you specify search query, there is a time range which you need to pick out. There is a time range picker with certain sets of presets. Once you start using it, you might be quite familiar with what is something specific that you're looking to run. Okay, so the presets are the most common use things. Real time, you have real time windows, 1 minute window maybe to update in every 1 minute, or relative from uh, today to last date, or relative presets, or even last 1 hour, last 4 hours. All of these are the presets. You can just spend some time looking at this, what are the different preset options, because this might be one of the question for Splunk user exam, what different presets are available. Okay, in most production scenarios, using all time is never advisable, because all time is that you're instructing Splunk, you're searching the query across all of your database across the whole time. So if you remember, I mentioned the indexers store the data in time processed format, right? It signifies when was the first event, when was the last event. So if you specify all time, it is basically looking for all the indexes at all, irrelative of what time is specified, right? All time is very resource intensive search time frame, and it is always advisable to ignore the all time and be as specific as possible. Okay, these are the presets. You have different options where you can specify custom time ranges. Okay, you can specify it different custom time ranges. There is a specific format to be followed. You can specify it there. Okay, we'll see at what are the different time related conventions. So for specifying any seconds, you use S, minutes will be M, hours H, days, weeks, for months it is MON, and Y it is year. Okay, so using this, you can actually make use of different what you say advanced time parameters to where you need to specify the time frames. Okay, for all of this, you can make use of at the rate symbol. This snaps the time frame to the closest. It rounds off to your closest unit, right? For example, here what you can see, minus 30 minutes. Minus 30 minutes is the oldest 30 minutes, and it is snapping to hour. So if it is 9:37, minus 30 minutes at hour would round it to 9. This is the closest hour, right? So this is how the at the rate symbol functions. So you have different, you can make use of these abbreviations to come up with different time conventions. Okay, like minus H is the now -1 hour. Minus 2 days will be minus 2 days, that is 2 days before now, and it is rounding off a day. So when it is rounding off a day, that will be the beginning of that day. So 2 days from now, starting from 00 AM. Okay, and the latest is at day, that is today, right? So the beginning of today, so that is 00 of today, 24th May or 25th May. Okay, so this is looking back from 2 days ago up to beginning of today. Okay, this is how what this time frame is. Or the best and easiest way to do is specify the exact time what you're looking for. Okay, right. The timeline, yeah, I think we discussed this before. Depending on what time frame you're giving, your timeline, what it shows, it will be, the scale would be different. Okay, each column would be different. When you hover your mouse over this, each column would say how many events are observed within that particular column. You can always filter down to this, or you can expand back. There is quite some flexibility there. We will check this now. So one more question related to this time frame is, when you double click or you narrow down a search, okay, when you click and drag a specific time frame, your search is narrowed down to your result, right? But this, it doesn't re-execute your search. Now this guy is using searching for failed password. It does not re-execute the search when you are narrowing down your narrowing down your search. However, when you expand it back, or your rerun, when you expand the search query is rerun. Okay, so every time a search runs, you're using the processing power of Splunk, right? So this is one of the question, when you narrow down the search, would it re-execute the search or no? Right. So when you narrow down, it doesn't. And when you narrow down, the results are applied and updated to match this time frame only. Okay. So zoom in, zoom out. This is like you're modifying the time frame itself. Okay. We'll see this when we jump to the Splunk interface itself. Just a minute. Sorry for that. Yeah, sorry for that. Okay. So once you run any search query, it is saved as a job. So each job, by default, it is saved for like 10 minutes. Okay, but you can change the timeline or time frame where how long this job should be available to maximum of 7 days. Okay. This is also one of the question, what is the default time frame of how long the jobs would be active when you run a search? So by default it is for 10 minutes only. So after 10 minutes, these these results are what you say quashed, and you need to rerun the query. Okay. And each search job, you can define the permissions as well, who can access. Once you run a search, you can share it with other people as well. The permissions you can define here, who has permissions, to which app it is relevant, and the time frame. Okay. All right. Sharing search job is, yeah, directly share. So if you want to, if you are filtering out some specific things you want to search with, you want to share it with your fellow colleagues, just click on share. There will be a link which directly takes the user, whoever, to the search job directly. Okay. Yeah, the last option is exporting the search result. Of course, when it is a part of investigation, you can export it into multiple formats: raw, CSV, XML, or JSON. That's about it. So under the activity, you can check your jobs, which job, how much time it took to run, what was the size of that, how many events were retrieved, to monitor the performance of your search queries. Maybe this can be useful. Okay. And who's the owner, all of these things can be identified from your activity. Yeah. And when you come back to the search page, the search history will show what are your previous jobs run, and you can, if you want to quickly go back to any of your previous searches, you can always use the search history here. Okay. Coming to the scenario before we end this module. There is a reason to believe there might be a security issue with our web server. Your manager has asked you to explore failed SSH login attempts. Okay. We'll jump quickly to the Splunk interface. So to identify this, if any of you can help me, what is the condition we might be looking at? First, we are looking at our web server logs. Okay. Or even we can say the failed login attempts, and we filter down to SSH failed login attempts. So for SSH, we can filter based on the port number, right? SSH uses port 22. So we'll quickly go to the search page. You see our search history is empty. There is nothing here. Activity, jobs. There is, okay, there was, okay, these are the backend. Okay, this is the search history. So there is no actual job also executed by us. Let's go back to the Splunk search app. Okay, we are trying to look at error or fail. Wildcard here. You see the suggestions it makes here. Before that, let me quickly change the preferences of my user, the P user. I will change the preferences. Time zone is fine, default app is fine. The editor, I will change the search assistant to full. And when you go to themes, you can see the light theme is by default enabled. I'll make it a dark theme. Black on white will remove all your color coding, which is not needed at the moment. So, okay, let me keep it light or dark theme. It doesn't matter. Okay, so as I type, it would give me the fail, how to search all your scenarios here. I know what I'm searching for. I'm searching for any errors or any failures. So I'm giving the wildcard here. The time frame for the lab I'm using all time. Like I mentioned, this is not advisable on any production instance because it would query all your events. For us, we have only a small set of events, so running all time wouldn't matter here. Okay, so this is the time frame. You see when I highlight the mouse, it would see how many events for each. When I click on one, the results changes. When I click back, it will come back. So the total events, it is showing a 51,000 events. I can click and drag on few. It will select, see, 6 days. The events are reduced to 10,000, right? So when I click back, it goes back. So what I said, when we click and drag, it is narrowing down the events, but it is not rerunning the search itself. Okay, so 10,000 events. Okay, this is our case. You can see whatever I have entered here. This is our logical operator. It is coded in orange. Error or fail. I'm seeing error is matched here. Error is matched here. Error is matched here. So I don't want error. Error I need to eliminate. I'm only looking for failed. So when I go for failed, okay, you can see failed password, failed password, failed password. So failed password for user. For user, this is the username, right? So identifying each value here, each segment, this is what a field would be, and the extraction of this is something, this field being mapped to a key value pair. So username, now root is a user, right? So it means this is a field value. So if I see if there is something called as user, it should be assigned to that. Okay, so these are the fields. One more thing, all of this do have an index field at all times. Okay, the main index. These are your metadata fields. Again, these are defined for everything. You can see when I enter fail, I'm receiving events from two sources, two hosts from our web application and web server. Okay. So wherever this condition is matching, it is sending us this. But like we said, this is on port 4411. We are more interested on port 22. So I will just type fail, and it should be a password fail. So I will just add password. So you see the number of events will be more clearer now. So try and make the search as specific as possible. Failed password, and we are looking for port 22, right? So if you specify an operator here, the Boolean operator, it will be highlighted in orange. If you do not specify any operator, it is assumed it automatically takes up and. Now this space what I have given, this is equivalent to fail star and password and 22. Okay, if I don't specify and here any operator here, it assumes it to be and. You see 39,000 events received. Now if I put an and here, it would again be the same. Okay, so this is equivalent to specifying or not, it is the same. Okay, now when I failed password and I'm looping 22, even then I'm receiving port 4411, but this is matching 22, which is for a time frame. So let me add port 22. If you see, I have given a double quotes here. Why? Because if I do not give a double quotes, it would assume this will be port and 22. So port, you have a port value here, sure. If you have 22 here, again, sure. But if I give double quotes, it is looking to match this exact term. Okay, port 22 is something I'm looking to match entirely and exactly. Okay, so now this is these are the events. If we scenario failed such login events, this is how I would identify how many failed login attempts across all time happening on port 22, that is SSH. So this search query will give me the result for this. Right, this is what the scenario we're looking at. So the search terms, as you type in, you get suggestions. You can make use of Boolean operators and or with this, yeah, that's it. It's that simple to start building your own queries here. Okay, this is about this module, this exercise. Okay, I'll go back here. I believe we are a bit short on time. We are lagging back. I'm planning let's break around 2 p.m. if that is fine, right? We'll try to close 2 more modules before that. Okay, and we'll break after module 7 or module 8. Okay, right. So coming to the next module, using fields and searches. Okay, like I said, fields are segments in your log file, okay, which are searchable key value pairs, right? So you have a value there, which is again, you are expecting a key, a value for a specific key. Like the username, what we saw, it should be mapped to a username, right? Or action is something, it can have, a log can have different actions, right? Action is the key here. The values can be different. Value can be either purchase or added to a cart or whatever. So any key value pairs which are searchable in your log segments, these are what we call as fields, right? So they can either be searched using their names, that is their key field, and you can specify the values. So this will help you narrow down to whatever events you are specifically looking for. Okay. Okay, you see this before between search terms, if there is no operator defined, it is implied that it is AND operator. Okay. If you need to specify something else, you need to explicitly mention it there. Otherwise, it will consider it as and. If there is a space, it is like equivalent to and. Okay. So we can have multiple key value pairs or field conditions defined to narrow down our search result. As a best practice, whenever you start searching or creating a search query, you would always start with uh, the index field, right? Because in most common scenarios, you would have multiple indexes, and you are basically telling Splunk to look for this particular event in a specific index. What happens then is your overall performance is significantly improved, right? You are only querying a certain set of data. Okay, so field discovery, yeah, this is what happens at the search time. The field discovery or field extraction, this happens the field discovery, Splunk automatically discovers most of the fields. Okay, the metadata fields are something which are always termed under selected fields, but whichever field is already any other discovered field or interesting field, it can be added to a selected field. So once you add a field to a selected field, it will be displayed for all the events. Okay, so before search time, that is at index time, you will have the metadata fields, that is your host, source type, and index fields always parsed and stored along with the event, right? And in the index itself, as well as your internal time and raw field. Okay, these are I think you might want to make a note of this as well. This also might be one of the question: what are the internal fields or metadata fields which are saved at index time, right? So this happens at index time, but at search time the field discovery happens, where it discovers all the fields and shows it as interesting fields, right, where it is able to classify the event with these particular fields. There are cases where some of the fields might not be extracted. There are different reasons for this. One reason could be interesting fields only appear if that fields appear in at least 20% of the events. Okay, if it is not there in at least 20% of the events, even though it is a valid field, it wouldn't be considered as an interesting field. Okay, that could be one reason why those fields might not be shown in interesting fields. One other thing is a field value might exist for one type of event, but it might not exist for a different type of event. In that cases as well, the fields might not be displayed for that particular event. Okay, so yeah, data specific fields able to help you identify what kind of event it is, right? For specific source types, for example, we have ingested the web application logs, right? So web application log, whenever we have any web application log, it should and must always have something called as status. So whenever somebody is trying to access our web application, there will be a status, whether it was successful, it was forbidden, or whether the request failed, web server was not responding, whatever, there will always be a status command, right? Similarly, there might be a more meaningful name to it as well. Like the key value pair itself is mentioned in the log, action purchase, action equals purchase, right? But 200, what you can see here, the key field is not mentioned, status is not mentioned. However, for this specific source type, that is our web application, 200, this is the place where the status is being captured. So this type of definitions or the field value extraction is what is defined by our source type. If you remember, we when we ingested data, we specified this type of event to be a web application or access combined cookie source type. So when we define the source type automatically extracts this information to fall under status. Okay, so this is the function of a source type. Right. So yeah, okay, we'll check this in the search window itself. So whenever you run a search query, all your fields are displayed on your left side, right? There is a separate pane which shows all your fields. The selected fields are your metadata fields, and like I said, you can select any one of this and you can mark it to be selected field, which would appear under here, as well as for all the events itself. Okay, interesting fields are the automatically extracted fields which occur in at least 20% of the events. Okay, if you click on all fields will give you a list of all the available fields, and from there maybe you can select to and mark which fields you wanted to be selected and displayed in each of the event here. Okay, one other small thing to note here, if you see before and after each field, there are two characters here, right? The first character signifies what kind of field it is, and the last, this one indicates the count of it. So if you see something as A, it is an alphanumeric field. Okay, it can contain, it is basically a string, maybe text or number or whatever. But if you see a hash here, it is a numeric field. It contains only numeric values. Okay, and these field, the last, what you can say, what is this? The last identifier here, this gives you the number of unique fields, unique values. Okay, for example, host 4, even though you have 2000 events here, host 4 means these 2000 events are coming in from 4 different hosts. Okay, these are the unique values, and this is available, applicable for all the fields. Okay, whether it is selected or interesting or whatever. So apart from interesting fields, if you need to extract more fields, you can surely do that, but that is something you need to that is parsing or advanced normalization. You might need to be familiar with regex expressions then. Okay, so you can extract more and more fields as you like, but you need to be familiar with regex, which are not, that is only applicable for the source types, for custom source types. Okay, so once you make the selected fields are showcased for every event. Now if you add any, say for example, for web application event, you add the status field as a selected field, then it should appear in the event here as well. For each event, it will show the status separately. Okay, yeah, that's about it. So from the interesting fields, you can make it selected field. Once you add it to a selected field, it will showcase in your selected field as well as in your event. Okay, under the all fields, there is also a color coded or a heat map signified description which shows the event coverage for every field. Say for example, this category ID, what you can see here, the event coverage is 50%. That means 50% of the events do not have a category ID field. Okay, this is also something interesting. So whenever a field is more than 20%, there is an event coverage of more than 20%, it will fall under your interesting fields. Okay. Okay. This is how we play with fields. When you click on any field here, what would happen? We'll see that in the interface itself. So for searching, your field key values or field names are case sensitive, but your values are not. Okay, so if you give www3 or caps www3, the event results are same, because it is case insensitive. But you cannot give HOST, the small to a larger one, caps one, because field values are always case sensitive, but the values are the value of the field might is case insensitive. Okay, and always a good practice to make the search as specific as possible. Okay. When you give IP addresses, you can also specify subnets or use wildcards when you're looking for some specific IP related fields. Okay, so Splunk is always subnet aware. You can give a slash convention, or you can also use stars. Okay, for text value or alphanumeric fields, you can use the star wildcards. So it would uh, search for anything which matches. Wildcard is used for that purpose before or after. But as a good practice, always use this at the end, because when you use it at the beginning, anyway, the search is to be across all the events. Or for numeric fields, you can use the relational operators, right? Less than or greater than, not equal to, all of this. So for numeric fields, less than or equal to, you can play with that. With this, all of these conventions, you can come up with the most specific search filter. One more important thing to note here, not equal to versus not, right? So both are, while they are similar, but they are not entirely similar, right? The events what are retrieved using both are quite different. So when you say use the not equal to symbol, that is when you say status is not equal to 200, right? But what this does, this returns all your fields which do have a status field and the value is not equal to 200. Okay, but when you use not negation of status equals to 200, what this does, this returns all the events irrespective whether it has status field or not. If it has status field, it should be equal to 200. Okay, let me repeat this. So if you are using not equal to, you're implying that this field is always available. Okay, if this field is always available, for sure your events would remain, the number of events would be same, right? Status not equal to 200 will check for all the events where status field exists first thing, and then if it is not equal to 200. Okay, but when you give not status is equal to 200, it is not mandating that status is a mandatory field. It will return all the events irrespective of if it contains status or not. But if it contains status, it should be equal to 200. Okay, so this you can say is a subset of this. Okay, to further explain this, let's just see the example here. So status is not equal to 200, it is returning around 3000 events. So in this, what it does, it is getting events from specific two source types, and all of these do have status field in it, and it is not equal to 200. But when we give not status is equal to 200, we are seeing some 66,000 events, right? And you're receiving from all other source types as well. So whichever do have status, that is the two source types, and it is equal to 200, that is included apart from the other which don't even have the status field. Okay, so this you can say is a subset of this. Okay, that is one difference maybe you can keep in mind when building your search conditions. Okay, one quick question, does not equal to and not ever yield the same results? Yes, this can be done, but for this your search criteria should be as specific as possible, and you know that it always exists, right? So for example, for your web index, this source type always contains status field. In that case, if you give this or if you give this, it doesn't matter because status field always exists in these two source types, right? That is the only condition where these two are same. Okay. One last thing, search modes. So whenever you search, there are three different modes. Okay, the fast mode, smart mode, and the verbose mode. So by default, smart mode is always enabled. Fast mode is the balancing mode here, right? So fast mode, what it fast mode, what it does, it always emphasizes speed. If you have tons of events, it will not look at extracting the fields, but rather than displaying the events, right? So the event extraction is not focused here. Smart mode, it will extract your fields, your field discovery happens for your data related or stats related, normal event searches. If you have some additional functions or statistical commands that we'll discuss later on, the smart mode will not extract those fields. Okay. On the other hand, when you talk about verbose is like it takes its own good time, but it focuses on extracting all possible events as well as extracting the field value pairs, even if you're giving a statistical commands. Okay. These are the three different modes. By default, I believe this also can be one of the question. Default is smart mode, which balances your speed and completeness. Okay, coming to our scenario. Our web server has been experiencing some downtime. The director of sales has asked your team to examine how this has affected sales on the website. Okay, so when we are talking about sale and when we are talking about web server, we are talking about our web application, right? Whoever is accessing the web application, how they are actually interacting with us. Our sales depends on what items have been purchased. Okay, we'll quickly go through the Splunk interface and let's try to build up a search query for this. Okay, let me go back to search. So like I said, it is always a good practice to start with index. In our case, anyway, it doesn't matter much because we just have one index. You see the suggestions showing here. Okay, so index is name. I'll then filter on my source type. Okay, source type will be my web server, access combined cookie, and okay, let's just check for this. What are the events we are seeing here? Okay, we have many events here. You can see the interesting fields here. The selected fields, the action field is something what we are more interested in. People who are actually purchasing is something which is directly implying to our scenario, right? The sales means it is nothing but pointing to the purchase, right? There are different things here. When I make this action field as selected, you see it is added here, and when I, oops, sorry. When the action field is added, you will see it added here in the selected field as well as here, right? Wherever there is action field, whatever action is being taken is added here. Now, to identify the sales, we are going to focus on our purchase action, right? To purchase action is something here. When I click on that, the condition is added directly here. All right. So it is filtering. So you see how your search query is building up. So the more specific you're going to be, the better your search results are going to perform. Right? Action is equal to purchase. We have around 19,000 events. Now in 19,000 events, the one what we discussed for this source type, the access combined cookies are web application logs. For these source type, the status is always mandatory. And the scenario states the web server is experiencing down. So if web server is actually facing some downtimes, even though the action is purchased, probably it would have resulted in success or it would have resulted in a failure. So that is being captured in our status, right? So status here, you can see all the status. This is the outcome of what is happening. So anything 200 should mean successful. Anything apart from 200, all the 400, 500, all of these are basically, they mean everything has resulted in failure. So let me quickly add on status is 200. These are the successful ones, but we are more interested in the failures which are not successful. Add not equal to here. Okay. So around 1,000 events have resulted in people who are trying to purchase, but it was not successful, right? This is a possible reason where the web server is down, and that is why these guys are not able to continue with their purchase, right? So, all right. So this back to our scenario. The director of sales has asked you to examine how this has affected the sales on website. So we can say around more than 1,300 of the purchases have resulted in a failure or it was not successful, right? So that is how we would tackle this scenario, right? So you see how we start building on the search query from starting from the index to the source type to the action and to the outcome, right? So that is how we would proceed building on search queries. The more complex queries we go on, we start building from the basic blocks, right? That is about this module, searching, basic search. Okay. Now we have two more modules to cover by 2 p.m. So this module is quite small, the best practices module. We'll look at this and one other before we break for lunch. Okay, quickly starting off with this, module 7 is for best practices. Time is the most efficient filter. Okay, I think we mentioned this few times before, that whenever you enter a search query, time is one of the things which directs your Splunk to query which index it has to look for. Okay, so time is the most efficient filter, and you can make a note of this. This will be one of the question for your Splunk user exam. What is the most efficient way of filtering, right? The first one, your time range. You're exactly specifying, okay, this particular event occurred at this particular just give me 2 minutes, please. Right, sorry for that. Okay, coming back to the efficiency in searching. So when you specify a specific time frame, it is like you are instructing that specific time frame to monitor, right? So time is the first and foremost thing which helps you to build an efficient search query. Okay, so that is your most efficient thing. Moving on, when you move on, then we saw, the next step would be narrowing down the result to probably the index where you're looking to search for. Okay, so the index values, uh, always at the beginning, it is always a good practice to start the search query and identify which index we are going to start searching. And after that, just try and make the search as specific as possible. Okay, the more information you feed, that is the more accurate your search is going to be, and the less resources it is going to utilize on Splunk. Now, anyway, for this lab exercises, we are running on all time. We are running on all the data. The search results can be we are running very vague search queries, but just imagine an organization which is ingesting like 500, 600, or even 1 TB of data per day, right? Just imagine if you run even for 1 minute or 10 minutes to search for whole data, how many events would be received and the amount of load that you're putting on the system, right? So try and be as specific as you can. Okay, the more terms you're adding in, the more you're filtering or narrowing down your search to. Okay, and it is always a good practice to have more and more terms, to include as much as terms as possible. Okay, inclusion is always better than exclusion. Okay, instead of giving not equal to something, always try and give equal to something, right? So an example here, access denied. Okay, if you're searching access and denied, the whole term, it is always better than giving only denied, because denied is looking for one term only. Similarly, if you're giving access denied, that is you're looking for something specific. And when you're giving not access granted, that is you're saying which all events, it would scan for all the events, and which do not have this field, it would then display it. But when you give a specific term, it would only look for this particular field, right? So moving forward, as you progress building search queries, more and more search queries, inclusion is always better than exclusion. Okay. Filter as early as possible, right? So whenever you start building your queries, filter as early as possible is your you remember we discussed about the pipe operator. Pipe operator is like every pipe operator is using some commands, certain commands. So every command is utilizing the previous set of data. So the earliest, as early as possible, how much early you can filter out or narrow down your search to, that much efficient your later commands would perform. Okay, for example, removing the duplicate events, then probably you can rename it, then you can sort it. So a certain order, but always it is good to filter as much as early as possible and be as specific as possible. Okay, moving on to the next one, when we are talking about the wildcards. So wildcard, the example here, fail, in the end we are specifying a wildcard. So this is like, first it is searching for fail and then anything that matches. So fail, if it matches this, okay, it is returning the result. But if we give something as star and then fail, that is not star fail or star fail star, that is you're searching something in between, or something starts with F and then star and then in the middle or in the beginning. What this does is it should in any way query the whole entire event. right? It is not exactly looking for fail, but anything, everything. Maybe the first is 100 digits long, so 100 places it search for. Then if it finds then if it finds fail, only then it will return the result, right? So it is always good to use this wildcard at the end. Okay. uh, the first preference would be to avoid wildcards if possible, right? If you know if it is fail or failed, you can use that. Or if you need to use, avoid using it in the start or in between. Right. When possible, yeah, use the or command, right? Now, for example, you know, two types of events which either say fail or they say failed or failing. So instead of giving wildcards, you can add or conditions and add multiple conditions, right? Action equals fail, or action equals failed, or action equals failing, something like this. So or condition is again uh, much more efficient than usage of the star wildcard. Okay. So yeah, one more note here, that all your values are in any way case insensitive, right? So admin, in whatever format it may be, it is case insensitive. Okay. The or condition is also applicable for indexes, right? If you are looking to search for multiple indexes at once, instead of giving index equals star, or again some wildcard or a generic search, make use of or statement there, and you can include multiple indexes. Okay. Yeah, it is possible to use a wildcard, but also uh, it is more, you can say, moving forward, that would be an inefficient query. Also, without an index, it is possible. We have seen it. We have run some queries like this, but always, as a good practice, always try to start the query with the index. So you're directly narrowing down the set of data where it has to query. Okay. Okay. Index field is always available. Okay. You can add it to a selected field. It is, I think, not by default displayed under selected field, but it will be shown always there under the interesting fields. Okay. So if an index is not specified, it would return, or it would query all the indexes. Okay. So when we are giving this condition, product name is equal to something, so this is querying all your indexes and returning the data. So here, when you see indexes, it is receiving, it is giving you from uh, two separate indexes. Like we mentioned, the best practice is to always use or specify the index in the search field. Okay, that's about the best practices. Now, okay, this is the last module what we'll be covering for now. Okay, the 8th module, which is a Splunk search language. Okay, it is called SPL, Search Processing Language, and we have different format or syntax relative to this. There is a whole guide or document reference available, documentation reference, which talks about the SPL language, the commands, the parameters. There is also a quick reference guide which you can always use to while building any of your search queries. Okay, so whenever whatever search is executed, it is split by the pipe operator, right? So pipe operator separates the first with the next set of data. So this is like every time you enter a pipe, this pipe looks for results from this. So this is one search query. The following is the second search query. Okay. The only difference is that the following pipe characters are only applicable to the previous subset of data. Okay. So the first, you start off with your generic search filter, narrowing down as specific as possible to what data you're looking for. Okay, that will be your search criteria. After that, once you have pipe commands, you can enter commands. Pipe uh, pipe character. After that, you can enter commands. Now, I mentioned about color coding. If you are disabling the color coding, you will see a general black line here, but it is always good to have color coding so you are aware of what is actually being entered here. So there are something called as commands, and to each command there can either be a function or an argument related to a command. Okay, we'll talk about the commands in the coming slides, but just to understand the syntax, first starts with your search criteria. Okay, the base search criteria. You can use the best practice what we discussed before. Start off with index, define a specific time frame. On that search criteria, you're commanding, you're running some commands on this specific search result. Okay, the commands can be different. You have stats, you have different commands, you have different transforming commands, and the commands can have functions under that. Okay, the function is color coded in purple. The command is blue, displayed in blue. A clause is a clause as well as operators are represented in orange. If you remember the and, or, not, whatever we typed earlier, it was displayed in orange, right? Also, the clause can either be it will be used for your renaming or something, as is one of the clause, by is one of the clause. These two are the most commonly used clauses. Okay, and the argument is something which is passed to a function. Okay. So this is quite simple. So your search criteria followed by a pipe character. After that, you can start running commands on those. Commands can directly be, command can directly have its own parameters or arguments, or commands can have some functions built into that, and each function can possibly run on its own, or they would need some arguments as well. And clause again is an optional item here. Okay, this is how your search SPL syntax would look like. So yeah, this is the summarizing of that. 5 basic components. The search terms is your search criteria, basically. The commands is what you are planning to do with the search result. The function is how you would want to do it. Argument is something complementing that. Argument and clauses are something complementing to that. Okay. So yeah, the first search command is run on your index, right? When you specify start with index equal to something, 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 this is something run on your index directly on the disk. So when the search command is entered, and when you enter a pipe, so the results of this, it is on that where your next command is executed. And when this command is executed, the output of this, the pipe is again a subset of the previous results. Okay, so as many pipes as you keep on adding, that many you're filtering down or narrowing down, or your the data is being a subset of all of those. Okay, the ultimate would be after your last pipe. Okay, so this will be your final result. Okay, yeah, making the pipeline more readable in the preferences. There is a auto format option, which when you enable it, so every pipe operator what you enter, it would automatically take it to a next line. Okay, so if you enable this auto format, in that case, whenever you enter a pipe command, it will take you. It is just a way of simplifying or presenting your search query. It is easy to understand. So the first result, pipe, next result is applied to the first result, pipe, next result to the first result. Okay, as an alternative, there's a very good tip. If you want to personally add some level of formatting, you can always use Shift plus Enter. Okay, right. The coloring is the same what I mentioned. One thing what was not mentioned there is the command arguments, right? Command argument is highlighted in green. Okay. While the arguments passed on to functions, the price here is the command argument, right? This is not color coded because this is a field value. However, this is a keyword, right? So command arguments are in green, but function arguments are not color coded. Remaining the operators here or the clauses or command modifiers, or as we call, are in orange. Okay. Okay, I think we saw this. SPL editor, you can change the theme, you can change the color coding. It is always good to have the color coding. You can easily filter out on commands. Okay, creating a table. This is the first command what we are going to see. Table is nothing but it is going to present your data in the form of a table. And after that, whatever fields you specify is the only field which it will be retrieving or presenting it. Okay, if you have a scenario like display 1 2 3 4 client IP, action, product ID, status. Okay, you start off with your search query, pipe it, and then enter the table command. You see it is a blue color coded command, and then enter the fields what you are planning to list out. So once this is done, you will your table is shown. Okay, so whatever you are showing here, these are your individual columns, and each event which falls under this, which falls under your search criteria, will be a single row. Okay, so each field what you are trying to list out, table out, that will be your column, and each event will be your row. So as you move forward to further what you say sanitize your results, you can rename them to be of more meaningful display, right? So product ID status is something what we are calling HTTP status, and action is what the customer has taken the action. So rename rename is the second command what we are using, and this is applicable to this. So every pipe command, like I said, this looks for the data outcome from the previous table. Now moving forward, if I add another pipe command, if I have to query something on action, it would not be applicable, but rather I'll have to give customer action, because the next pipe looks for the previous set of results, and in the previous set it identifies it as customer action and not action, right? Okay, once you rename a field, you can't access it with the original name, the same thing. So customer action here, table action and status will not give me any result. Rather, if I again use a table command after this, if I have to list customer action and HTTP status, only then will I see any results here. Okay, now fields is another command. Okay, what fields command is actually doing is, it is similar to the table command, but it is telling which fields are to be included. Okay, you can use field plus or field minus. Field plus is specifying directly inclusion, and field minus is exclusion. You are saying not to include these fields. Okay, this is a very useful command when you are trying to build an efficient query which revolves around certain set of fields. You know what fields you want to see, you can use the fields command or the tables command, right? Table always presents it in a table, but fields command you can use it in normal searches as well. So field minus, the field extraction, is it is of no performance significance, right? Because what it does, it extracts all the fields. After that, it excludes it. So it makes no sense of using field exclusion. However, when you mention field inclusion, that is fields plus, so you are saying I need only these fields, so it will only extract those fields, right? So it is good in with respect to the performance. Okay, example of field commands. When we are giving the fields, it is always only using those fields here rather than extracting all the fields, interesting fields and selected fields. It is using only user app source IP here. Dedupe command. Okay, dedupe command is a deduplicate command. So what it does is it removes your duplicates in your entries. And as a good practice, always use this as early as possible, right? Because the earlier you remove the duplicates, the later pipes would make use of that certain set itself, right? So you see here, you can pass multiple fields from where you want to remove the duplicates. You can give multiple arguments to this, right? Multiple fields. So dedupe vendor, it is removing the vendor. Vendor and vendor city, it will consider uh, vendor and vendor city, which is and of this, right? This and this should be unique. Duplicate should be unique. Okay, sort command. Sort command, as its name suggests, it is used for sorting the results, ascending or descending order. For sort command, for this command argument, you can give the limit. Okay, limit. For limit, you can specify how many events have to be uh, sorted, right? The top events. Yeah, plus or minus will give ascending or descending. One thing to note here, if you give a minus next to the field, it will sort that particular field itself in the descending order. See, minus category ID will be descending category ID, but product name will be ascending. Or if you give minus space both of this, it will be applicable for both. Okay, so you see here, sort minus vendor is applicable for vendor itself, but sort space minus space the commands, it will be applicable for both. You see the difference in results here. When you sort by vendor only, the vendor is sorted by BBB this one, but your city is not sorted, or it is rather sorted by ascending order. Now when you sort by both, you see vendor city, yeah, both of them are sorted based on in descending order. Okay, yeah, these are some very good references. Quick reference guide, you can just search for Splunk Enterprise Quick Reference Guide. You have a PDF which mentions all of the commands, basically a shortcut handbook for all your Splunk commands and references there. Okay, we'll quickly run through the last scenario. Right, I think we are on track to break for lunch. Okay, the scenario here, the marketing team tracks all user sessions related to marketing campaigns. It would like a report of all user sessions that include purchase actions so that it can put a value on different campaigns it's running. So basically what we are looking is to run a report or to list out the user sessions that include the purchase actions. This sounds familiar from our last activity. Let me quickly go to the interface here. Okay, index is main, source type is access combined cookie, action is purchase, file status is rather equal to 200. I'm interested in this. Okay, how many are successful? So all of these are successful. There are some 17,000 events, so successful actions. If you see this, each of these interesting fields, you have different uh, uh, field classifications here. These are the knowledge objects. You have categories. Each of the games which Buttercup have sold, each of them are classified into different IPs. The client IPs, session ID is what we are looking at right now. That is what is more interesting to us. How many client sessions or different unique users are using it. But okay, file is something that even on the purchase action, there was a successful addition. So let me filter out on this. So when I click on this, you see it has already added to a filter. File equals success do 16,000 events. Now I'm more concerned on only few of the fields. So I'll use, and you see all the syntaxes, everything being shown here in the suggestion box. So I'm looking for action. I'm looking for what was the name of the session? JS session ID, I think. And I'm looking for status. Okay, let me try and filter this. Okay, action is there. Action I had added as a selected field. Let me remove it. So action is there, session ID is there, status is there. So status, everything is 200 because anyway our filter is 200. All the sessions, there are around 100 plus sessions here with successful purchase actions, right? Now, instead of fields, let me try to tabulate this. So fields is almost identical to table. So fields will is the fields only, table will present them in a tabular format. So let me tabulate it. Okay, there you go. Table action, this is the action, this is the session, and this is the status. Okay, let me try to rearrange this. I need the session to be displayed first. These are the sessions. To make more sense out of it, let me use another command. I'll try to rename JSession ID as user sessions. I'm not using a space here just to simplify our operations. There you go. Now it is listed as user sessions. So whatever I'm listing here, these are the columns, and each individual events, if you remember 16,000 events, are listed as separate rows. Okay. Now let me also try and sort this because I adding another command here. This is sort, or one more thing what I can do before I add this. If you remember, search auto format will actually help us present it better. So if I type pipe, it automatically takes to the next line. I'm trying to sort it and sort it by the previous. So I cannot, once I'm renaming it, I cannot sort it by JSession ID. So I'm sorting it by user sessions. Okay. Done. So 16,000 events. So when I'm sorting this, you can see most of these are duplicated, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 1, 2. So to eliminate the duplication, let me remove the duplication events here. And anyway, sort doesn't make any sense because the user sessions are not of much use. I'll remove the sort and I will add it dedup. So dedup It will remove my duplicates. It is always good to remove the duplicates as early as possible. So I'm removing this one. Well, table. So the 16,000 events have now gone down to 5,000 events. So all the duplicate events are removed, right? Now this action and status anyway are of no more use to me. So I'll remove the action and status command from here, and our table should only show all the sessions. So we have around 5,000 sessions, which are successful purchases when this can be shared with the marketing team, right? You can save it. This is basically the search command. It can be saved as a report, as a dashboard panel, as an alert, whatever, right? But the set of events, this is what we are concerned about. Okay, so that's about it. This is the completion of this scenario and the module. We'll start off with more commands after lunch. So it's 2:05 now. We'll resume at 3 for another couple of hours. Okay, so we'll connect back at 3 p.m. And we'll look at concluding this the remaining modules. Okay, have a good lunch. If any question, any queries, please feel free to drop into the chat or Q&A section. Okay, take care. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back. I believe most of us have joined back. I can see a raised hand. If you can just post your questions or in the chat, if that's possible. Okay, I hope you guys had a good lunch. We'll continue for the remaining modules. Okay, so far we have seen, just to summarize our session before, we have seen what is Splunk, how it works, how can we install Splunk, from where we can download Splunk. Once we install, how to ingest data, and with the data, how do we search, and some basic searching good practices, as well as some basic commands. Okay. Moving forward, we have around 5 modules left. Right. In the next modules, we'll start off with more advanced level of commands. Sorry, we'll start off with more advanced level of commands, as well as how to build reports, dashboards, alerts, and we'll talk something about lookups as well. Okay. At any point of time, if there are any questions, please feel free to raise them. Let me know if you guys have tried to install Splunk on your machines, if you have faced any issues, or if you have any trouble following the course of this presentation, just let me know. Okay. So I believe most of us have joined back. We'll continue with the modules now. So module 9 is all about transforming commands. Okay, so before this, we saw the standard commands, the search syntax, right? And this talks more about transforming the data using commands. Okay, so what transforming commands actually does? Transforming commands actually are transforming your data, your raw events, into some kind of table or visualization. Okay, all the transforming commands what we are going to use, the results of this can either be used in a report or can be displayed in the dashboards as well. Okay, because the output of these commands always revolves around multiple values. You can say X and Y factors. So you can either list it as tables or chart it using some visualizations. So they basically transform your raw event data into some more meaningful format. Okay, so the first command what we are going to talk about is the top command. So top command, as its name suggests, it helps you identify the top values of a particular field. Okay, any field what you can select to identify what are the top values depending on the number of counts of that particular value for that particular field. Okay, so there are multiple ways where we can get the top results of a specific field, and the default for output is in the table form. When you run a top command, you can see here a simple scenario, which IP address generates the most attacks in the last 60 minutes. You give your search criteria, some sample index, source type, whatever search criteria you have to give a pipe, and then you give top based on your source IP. So source IP is your field which is capturing all your IP addresses, right? So top, when you give top source IP, the output what you see will be your source IP, the count of each, the top, and the percentage. Okay, so there are multiple ways to how you can execute this. You can do this directly from the interesting field section, right? Whenever you click a field there, you will see the top values for that particular field. When you click on that, it will automatically add that condition to your search criteria or search bar. Okay. When you run directly the top command, that is, you type in the top command, the output what you receive is for 10 commands. Okay, the top 10. When you run directly from the interesting fields from that menu, the results what are displayed are 20. Okay, or if you need to specify something other than that, you can add a command argument which says limit. Okay, top space limit equals how many, that many number of top entries will be listed. If you enter limit equals 0, it will display all your all the values. Okay, that would mean like it would not be top commands, it would basically be your tabling the source IP and sorting it based on the count field. Okay, one more thing to notice here, when you run a top command, apart from the field, you would have two more columns displayed. One will be the count, that will be the count of that particular value, and the percentage breakup for the overall values. Okay, these two are by default accompanied when you run a top command. To disable this, you can either rename this or you can show or hide these fields. Okay, we'll talk about that in just a bit. So that is about the top command. So yeah, when you run a top command, it lists you the top 10 results. Now, the constraints, what we are seeing here is nothing but the command arguments. You can display that. You can add that to the command to add the limit, how many top entries you are planning to see, or the count field is your depends to your the field showing your counts, and percentage, show percentage true or false. You can set a Boolean value here to either hide this value. So if you enter the limit, that is when you are modifying the default value. Okay, so it is straightforward, quite simple. The limit field, it controls how many number of results are being displayed, right? A 0 would return unlimited number of results. One more sample scenario during the last hour, display the top 5 IPs that generated the most attacks. Okay, so the condition, they are specifying the condition here, pipe top. By default, if you enter just the top command, it would yield 10 results. So they are limiting it to 5 based on source IP. So once it is generated, this you can visualize it as different graphs and charts, right? So that is about top command. One more thing is top command is not only applicable to just a single field. Rather than that, you can use multiple fields, and it would use a combination of these. Okay, and yeah, the show this argument, when it is supplied, when if it is not supplied, of course percentage is by default shown, but if you want to hide this column, the percentage column, just add show is equal to F or false. Okay, in that case it wouldn't display that. So a combination of multiple fields directly, it would mean and, that is top of username and the code. So the limit of this, so it would be a combination of this, common values for both users and the web categories. Okay, so it would be the top categories when both of this do match. Now this is given without any clause here, right? You just give a space and you add 2 fields. Now instead of that, however, when there is a scenario when you need to display one field relative to another field, right? That time you would use a by clause here. So display top 3 web categories browsed by each user. Okay, so display the top 3 web categories. When you see the top categories, that would be your top condition. So your condition is based on the category, top category. Now, when you want to split this by each user, so there you would give your by clause and your username. The limit, of course, since it is specified 3, you're giving it 3. Now, what this would do is, this is listing your top categories based on your username. Okay, it is emphasizing on categories. Similarly, a contrasting scenario here, display top 3 users for each category. So what this would do, top 3 users. So you're looking for top users. So that would be your top command primary parameter. So top username by category. So your category would become your first and your username would become your second. So it is emphasizing on your usernames here. Okay, so here your top username, each user, and this is sorted by, you can see the categories, right? And this top categories sorted by each user. Okay, so this is like each user. This is the same user, right? So top categories by each user. Okay, so this is how you would use a by clause when using a top command. Now, for renaming the count field, instead of using the rename command, when you're using the top command, you can just mention the count field equals the rename value. Okay, so you're just renaming the count, you're renaming it to count field. Instead of displaying it as count, you're displaying it as total viewed. One more important thing, the show percentage, you can mention it true or false or T or F, or even the Boolean binary numbers 1 or 0. Okay, that can be done, and I believe this also would be might come as one of the question in your certification exam. Right, moving on. Top command was our first transformation command, right? Now coming to the next, the rare command. Rare command is the exact opposite of top. Okay, top, what it would show is the top values, and rare, what it will show is the least values, right? Exact opposite of top and exactly identical how it works. The limits, again, the same limits are applicable when you run directly as a rare command. It would show the 10 values. You can couple the command with a parameter of limit, right? Exactly same as the top command itself. So a scenario here, identify which product is the least sold by Buttercup Games over the last 60 minutes. So the time frame, what you can see in the scenarios here, this is more of a live data, right? When you're ingesting live data, your search criteria and your time range picker. In the time range picker, you would specify this particular time frame. So the rare and all, it wouldn't have a time frame, and your time frame would be specified by your search criteria itself. Okay, so for the least sold product, that is 1, so we are limiting it by 1, and rare by this particular field, that is a product name. Okay, moving on to the next command is the stats command. So stats command is it helps you provide some statistics on your data. Okay, now this stat command, under the stat command, you have a set of different commands, or you can say sub functions, right? So a command, you define it, it is identified by a blue blue color, and the command, of course, it has, the command is of green color, if I'm not mistaken. Sorry, it's of purple. Right. So the function is something which is relative to the command itself. So the stats command has its own functions using which it is helping us to calculate some statistics on the data what we have. So stats is short for statistics, and under the stats command we have these common functions. The count function. So if you want to display the top counts or uh, counts in short, in general, overall counts, we would use pipe stats count, right? It returns the overall counts of events. You can filter based on fields, of course. The criteria can differ here. Then you have distinct count, which is gives you the output of count of unique values, right? So instead of counting everything, it will count the distinct values, different, distinct, unique values. Similarly, sum is applicable for your numeric values only. So these two are the mathematical functions which are coupled in the stats command. Sum and average are applicable only for numeric fields. So for any numeric fields, you can do the sum and average of this. Okay. The count, of course, it is applicable for all of them. It's general count, distinct count remaining, but sum and average are applicable for numeric fields only. So sum, like it says, from its name itself, it helps you summing up all the numeric values of that particular field. Similarly, average would give its average over all the numeric values specified within that amount of time. List is a function which would list all values for a particular field. It doesn't matter if it is repeating, if it is empty. If it is empty, of course, it is left out, but it would list out all the values present for that particular field. Okay. Now, the difference between list and values is that values would show you only the unique values in the list. That is, for example, you want to list all the source IPs. If you list all the source IPs, all the events which contain source IP, all the values will be displayed under list. However, if you want to see which are the unique IPs, in that case, you will replace the list by values. Okay. That's the difference between this, and these are the most common functions used under the stats command. Okay. We'll just see each one of them individually. So stats command output, stats command and count function. So there is a scenario here: count the invalid or failed login attempts in the last 60 minutes. You specify your search condition, give a pipe, give the command, that is stats. Under stats, once you type stats, the search assistant would automatically predict or suggest what next you can use. The first would be count. So count, when you give count, directly list all the events. And when you're using as, it is actually renaming the count field to a separate name. Okay, so this is as is a clause, short form for directly renaming the count field here. This is also equivalent to you do stats count here, then you put another pipe, you rename count as potential issues. So instead of that, you can directly rename this as it is shown here. All right. So this is renaming your count field. Okay. Okay. Now this to the function, if you're not specifying any field to the count field, it would count all the events which fall under this particular search criteria. However, if you need to specify a certain field, right, you would pass it as an argument to the count function. So when you want to see when there was an action taken, you are giving stats count vendor action. So you're passing this argument to this function. So you're counting the number of actions which have occurred as action events, and then you're also counting the total as total events, right? Here you're not passing any argument here. So it would count all the events, irrelevant whether this is present or not. Okay. One thing to note here, under a same stats command, you can use multiple functions separated by a comma. Right? Stats, you are giving count this as action events. So the output, it says total there are 52 action events, and the total events are 59. So within 59 events, 52 events have some value present for vendor action. Okay, that's the scenario what it's showing here. Count the number of events that contain a vendor action field. Okay. So this is passing a field as an argument to the function. Okay. Now, when we are passing multiple fields using the by clause. Okay. So when we are using the by clause and using this, we can have multiple number of fields. We can pass multiple number of fields to the count. Basically, what you are telling is count by each of this. This is a unique value. For each user app vendor action, that would be a unique value. What is the count for each of these unique values? Okay, so that means for administrator, which app, what is the action, what is the total count? Okay, so this is how it would list out. So these are the unique values or the fields for which it is checking the counts individually. So you can use any number of parameters here, any number of fields. There is no restriction there. Again, it depends on what scenario or use case we are looking to satisfy. Now, distinct count, it is used exactly same as the count field. But one thing to note here is for distinct count, a field name is mandatory, right? Because distinct count is unique value. Unique values of what exactly is something what we are looking for, right? So this always expects a parameter to be passed, an argument. That argument is a field name. So a scenario here, how many unique websites have employees visited in the last 4 hours? So we are giving a distinct count of S hostname. S hostname is the website. This is coming from our proxy logs. And this we are renaming as website visited. So it will give 13 unique websites, right? 13 different websites. Okay. Now, coming to the next one, count, distinct count. The third one we are talking about is the sum function. So sum function also, it expects a numeric field and it expects a field there. Okay. The scenario given here, how much bandwidth that employees consuming at each website during the past week. So for this, our condition would be first filter out or set the search criteria to filter the events which are relevant to this. So bandwidth employees are consuming, we are receiving from Cisco WSA, right? On this, we are piping it to apply the stats function. Sum the total number of bytes as bandwidth. Here is a as clause, that is we are renaming it, followed by a different by clause, right? So we are splitting this based on the website. So which website, how many bytes or the bandwidth, and then we are sorting it based on bandwidth. Okay, so what this is doing, your sum as bandwidth, that is your numeric column here, and your host name is the number of websites, that is something shown here. Okay, right. So like I said, a single stats command, it can have multiple functions listed. So in this example, you see the scenario, report the number of retail units sold and sales revenue for each product during the previous week. So anyway, timeline we are ignoring here because it would be specified during the search criteria itself. Now, under the stats function, stats command, sorry, the first function we are using is count, right? Count of price as units sold. Okay, how many different prices, each price, count of price as units sold, and then a different function, sum of price as total sales. We are counting this numeric field, and here we are counting the different prices. So that would give us the number of each unit sold. And this, we are closing both of this by product name. Okay, so product name, for example, this game Dream Crusher, the number of units sold is 78 and the total is this much. So it is summing up these values to give the total sales here. And later, of course, pipe another one and sort by the highest one or decreasing order. Okay, so the more you proceed in developing more advanced use cases or scenarios, that is when your search criteria will start building up, right? So the more you want to transform it, you keep adding pipes, keep using commands, and you would come up with new results. Right, coming to the average field. Average is similar to the sum field. It requires a numeric field as an argument. All right. A scenario here, what is the average bandwidth use? Average bandwidth, use the stats command and the AVG function, that is the average, pass the bytes or your average, and you're renaming it as bytes. And your by usage is another field here. Okay, usage by categorizing it, borderline or business, personal, whatever, each user, how they are using it. So averaging based on this numeric value. So average field always does require a numeric field, and yeah, an event is not considered for calculation if the event, it does not contain a value for this average bytes, for example. It will be ignored. Okay, right, moving to the list function. Like I said, okay, let's consider the scenario here. Which website has each employee access during the last 60 minutes? So what we are looking for is each employee, right? The user, which different or what all he has accessed, everything, right? List of all the websites. So what we would do, stats list s hostname. S hostname is our website hostname, as website visited by username. So our user, so each user, how many websites they have visited. Now, if you can see this, this particular user, you can see the same website being listed multiple times, right? So for each event, whenever this user entry has is present, that is being listed under the website visited. So this is similar to the next command, right? So the list will display or list out all the values for that particular field. However, when the list command is replaced by values, it would remove the duplicate events and keep all the unique values. So yeah, values function lists the unique values. So this scenario, display the IP addresses, display by IP addresses, the name of users who have failed access attempts. So we are looking for users, unique users. So we are putting values as a function under stats command. Values, we are passing the parameter of user, renaming it as usernames, counting the user as attempts by source IP. Okay, so each source IP from this particular source IP, how many users and how many attempts. Okay. All right. Okay. Moving forward, in addition to the commands, different commands, how are we planning to format these tables? So if you remember, transforming commands, all of these commands were presenting the results in the form of a table, right? So each of this table can be formatted into separate, I mean, you can apply their own formatting measures there. For example, for numeric fields like the ones shown here, total sales. What is this? Without a unit, it would make little sense, right? So probably you can add a dollar sign here or some other currency here, right? So each of this comes under formatting, right? How you would format each one of them. Also, on top of this, you can even color code each of the entries, each of the columns here. This everything, all of this comes under the formatting of this particular table. Okay. Okay. I have a question. Maybe we can answer that later on. Okay. So the tables created from our stats commands, we can add different formatting values here. Format the data, the numeric fields, color code them, each one of them. We'll just have a look at them, how we can do it. Under the formatting options, we can define heat map or color coding, mentioning the range of values. Okay, from this particular range to that particular range, what would be the color code which has to be applied, the minimum value, the maximum value, and the percentage as well. Or even adding, like I said, some currency units or some additional characters to signify or provide an more meaning to the display what you're showing up, right? The display icons. This can also be done. Okay, providing a unit to numerical values. Also, you can add commas to this. Basically, you're what you're saying, beautifying the report outcome, right? Showing it in a better format, and that is about it. Okay, so right, we are at the end of this module. We have few scenarios to be done here. The first one, the sales group would like a report of 5 best selling products by product ID. Okay, this should be quite simple. Let's just do this and come back for the others. Okay, let's jump here. 5 best products based on product ID. So product ID, we can fall back to our previous condition. Action is purchase, or rather, let's remove the action. Let's see all successful events from here. Okay, successful do. I'll remove all the pipes. Okay, let's filter this. So this is giving us all the access attempts to all the products which were successful, right? So file we have success.do. In this, you can see all the fields extracted here. In this, there is a product ID, right? This is the product ID, what we are interested in. So the top values I mentioned, there are few ways to get into top value. Either type a pipe here and directly top on that particular field, or directly from this event. From this field, you can go to the top values. Okay, so we are expecting top values of this. You see the difference here. When we directly go from the interesting fields, it adds a limit equals 20. So it directly displays you the top 20 product IDs. But the scenario what we have at hand, they are looking for top five best-selling products. Right. So let me change the limit value to 5. And these are the top 5 product IDs. Okay. So remember what a transformation command does. It transforms your base events to something of a visualization. Okay. You see the difference what we have when we are running the search in smart mode. You remember the difference between fast mode, smart mode, and verbose mode was whenever you are running a normal search criteria, your fast mode would uh, basically it is looking to uh, focusing on the speed of result outcome, right? It will not do any field discovery. However, your smart mode would ideally do a field discovery, but that is for a normal search criteria. When we are using a transforming command, the transforming command is directly producing a visualization or a statistics table, right? So in this case, when you go to the events, you see there is nothing returned here. So if you change this to verbose mode, this will do what your smart mode was doing in addition to parsing it in the statistics. Okay, by default it will be in smart mode, but for if you want to use this, you can. I'll keep it reverted back to smart mode. That's how I would like to keep it. Right. So our transforming command, it is giving us the top 5 product IDs, right? This is the product ID, this percentage. I'm not interested in this. So what? Let me remove the percentage. You see the suggestions, what it shows here: show count, show percentage is F, false. So just remove the false percentage. We are left with the top 5 product IDs what we have. Okay, so you can visualize it, you can change it as you like. You have a number of different visualizations here. I leave it to bar chart, or probably if a pie chart would interest you. It is anyway, almost all are similar, so I would like to keep it as a bar chart. Okay, so these are our top 5 product IDs. This is our first scenario, right? Report with the top 5 best-selling products. We can, okay, moving back to that. Once you have what you're looking for, right? So everything starts off with a search criteria, right? Once you have a search criteria defined, you're transforming it. You use any number of commands. You're piping everything. This, it can be saved as a report, as a dashboard panel, as an alert, right? So if a report is required, you save it as a report. If you want to display it in a dashboard, you display it as a dashboard, right? It's as simple as that. Okay. Okay, let's move back to this one. Okay. The next scenario, there are times when rare events can give you some of the best information. That's true. For example, rarely accessed files, these can be files that someone internal to the company has made publicly available. This is very much true, and it is, you can say, a security flaw or security breach, or a backdoor that few people know about. The security team has asked you to find files that are accessible online but get very little traffic. Okay, so to do this, it is nothing but we are looking for running a rare command. Okay, and a rare command, and which is the most less used file. Okay, so let's go back to our Splunk interface. I'll remove all of this. I'll go back to the normal, our original search scenario. Source type is this, status is successful, and this let me pipe out on rare command. Rare by, okay, let's see what we are going to rare about. We can do a rare on product ID that would show us the least common used product, or we are looking more on the files. Okay, so I'm interested more on the file. So when you see, when I run a transforming command, it directly takes me to the statistics tab, right? The events are not populated because I'm running the smart mode. Okay, and one more. Okay, so in this API is something which is used, wow, just one time. Account usually these are the files. There is a passwords.pdf which is used quite less. Anyway, so when we are interested with the least used files, we are talking about API something here. Now, let me just try to uh, add a by clause here to group it by um, the months. So months internal field I'll use by months, date month. So this will give me each month which are the least used files. Right, for December there is passwords, for November there is API. I think that's all. So uh, this is all the data what we have, November, December. Anyway, this is a sample data. So this command is actually specifying by the month which are the least used files. Okay, that is one of our scenario here. Okay, let's move on to the next scenario. Okay, there's an emergency. The website has come to a crawl, causing users to complain. An application developer tells you that they pushed an update recently and is concerned that there might be a database query that is causing the issue. Okay, so now we are going to jump into querying the database logs. If you remember, we ingested this as well initially. When we onboarded the data, we also input something from the database, right? That was the DB audit. So let's go back to Splunk. We are looking to, what is the scenario here? Database query that is the causing the issue. Okay. So what database query is taking the most amount of time is something what we are concerned here, or rather supporting the uh, application team. If you remember our role back here in the scenarios, what we are working at, we are working as a power user and helping other teams to gather information or providing data to them, right? So all of each of these scenarios is something is coming to us with some certain set of requirements or scenarios, and we are helping out to provide the data to help them proceed with their investigation, right? Okay, now when I'm moving here, the index would be the same because I'm ingested from one index itself. The source type would be different. Source type, I'm going to add DB audit. Okay, that is where database events are coming in. Let's just have a look what kind of events we have. You can see all the queries. You can see here select email from, select star from, whatever. So all of these are individual queries, right? So if you see the fields here, each of the field, okay, there is a duration field. This is something what we are mostly interested in. So you see the field designation here. A numeric field is showcased by a star, a hash, a display here, right? Hash icon. So for a numeric field, we have these additional values present here. Whereas when you click on alphanumeric field, you can only display top values by time, rare values, or events within this field, with this field. Okay, but when I'm click on duration, you get an additional average, maximum, and minimum. Okay, that is in addition to the standard ones. So let's have a look at the average time. Okay, average overtime would be different. Let me try to manually type in here a pipe command. So the average function falls under the stats command. You see how the history or the suggestions open. I'm going to use the average. For the average, I'm using duration. Okay. You see, when the parenthesis is, when the pointer is near the parenthesis, it shows you the starting end of it. Okay. Duration, let's rename this as, okay, let's just first see this. Stats average duration. My mistake. Stats average duration for any query is supposed to be 239 or 240 seconds. We'll split that and first rename this as we could call this time to complete. Okay, let's rename that. It becomes time to complete, and we'll split this by individual commands, right? Okay, so each individual command, it is showing us how much time it takes to complete each command, how much time it takes to complete. Just to confirm, let's just sort this by time to complete. Okay, when I'm giving this, you can see these are the commands which are taking the most amount of time, right? So we are sorting it based on this, and to the database team or whoever is actually running some of these, this can be a very good pointer to identify what is the reason for this. So basically all the inner join, credit cards. So this command is causing the database to be utilized fully, right? So this is something what we are going to share back with your application developer team. Okay, so this is how we would be using the transformation commands to process more data. Okay, right. Let's move on to the next module, creating dashboards and reports. So what we have discussed previously, reports. You can save reports directly from a search. So what a report basically means is report are nothing but saved searches. So once you are running a search, instead of deleting the search history or ignoring the search condition criteria, you are saving it as something, right? As a saved search. So that is nothing but a report. Okay. In addition to this report, you would have a time range for it. So a specific search condition run over different periods of time is something what you call as report. Report can consist of, it may use the base events, standard events, or even the statistics, the tables, the visualizations, whatever we saw just now, everything can be saved as a report. Okay. Whenever you run the report, it would be when you have defined a time range picker there, the report would show you the results relative to that specific time range. And for all our statistics and visualizations, like the bar charts or table fields, whatever, each of these allow us to drill down to individual events. Okay, so standard in most cases, you would see reports are built based on events itself. No need of fancy visualizations. That would be the most standard ones. However, moving forward, if you want to build something more advanced, you want to display some graphs, some charts, you would add some statistics visualizations. Right? And all of those, when you add some drill downs to it, it will always go back to the base events. Okay. One good thing about this, once you save a search, once you have come up with a search criteria, once you save it, you can save it as a report. You can add the same report to a dashboard, right? And this is how we are planning to move ahead. Okay. One thing to make note of for any deployment or moving forward, anything that you plan to create within Splunk, it is always a good practice to have some naming convention to be followed from the initial steps itself. So later on, it would help you identify individual resources where you have and what it is actually. So ideally, we would just an example. We would classify any resource under three different notations. One would be the group. Group is like your uh, division in the company, or it can be under which management you might fall under. So it can be under the type of operations that you're involved in. It may be like you're from the sales, IT, security, finance team. So that would be the group. Second, the type of object. Maybe it is a dashboard, maybe it is a report, whatever it is. And the description, what it actually is designed into. So sample example using this, sales is the division or the group. Our object type is going to be a report, and the description is quarterly sales revenue report. Okay, just a simple naming convention, so to ease up life as we proceed. All right. Once you start following this, it would obviously become a practice moving forward. Okay, right. So creating a report from scratch. I think we have seen this already. Just come up with a whatever the use case or scenario is at hand, what scenario you're looking to achieve. Filter down to the search as specific as possible. At the same time, if you have a generic requirement, make sure to follow the best practices to be efficient in most ways, right? When you have your search criteria is successfully running, you can verify the criteria and always save it as a report, right? It is as simple as that. When you save it as a report, you need to give a title description and whether or not it needs to include a time range picker. So whenever you give a time range picker, every time you run the report, it suggests you what time range you want to run with it. Once you have created it, once the report is created, you might get additional settings which you need to configure. That can be if you want to schedule the report, if you need to who is able to access your report, the permissions. Acceleration is something a much advanced setting. If you want to embed it, again, that is also an option, right? So these are additional options once you create a report. These are available. To run a report, there is a reports tab in your search app, right? Under your reports, you will see all the reports. Just click on it. It is a straightforward thing. You click on it, it runs the report for you. Okay. If you want to edit the condition, you want to modify the condition, modify the permissions, set a new schedule, define some acceleration, all of these are available under your options here, right? Once you are in the reports tab, you get all these options here under the edit option. Okay. Creating tables and visualizations. We have seen to have tables or visualizations, our transforming commands are a good place to start, right? You can select those. You can either type it manually. You can also run it from the field sidebar like we did it previously, right? Or you can use a pivot interface. For this, it needs to be defined first. A data set needs to be defined. For the pivot to use, you can either define a pivot as you move, or you can have a data set predefined, and this would help other users as well to visualize the events. Right. The third one, what it says is transforming commands. Okay, this is something what we already did it. We have done using the transforming commands manually. We have done using the field sidebar as well. Pivot is something we can see later on. Okay. So once you have tables and visualizations, like we said, the statistics will show it in a tabular format. Visualization would give you more advanced graphical representation of the same data. This can be saved as a report or a dashboard or whatever things you have. See, from the field window, if you remember the options, what we had. If it is alphanumeric field, you would have top values. You would have top values by time. You would have rare values and events with this field. However, if you have a numeric field, you would have three additional components here. One is average over time, maximum value over time, and minimum value over time. So whenever you see time here, time is nothing but it is making use of a function called time chart. Okay. So the time chart function, what it does by default, the x-axis for this would be time frame. Okay. So for any of your search criteria, you put a pipe, then you put in time chart and you give a field, it will give you a graph such as this. So your x-axis would always be your time field and y-axis would be whatever fields you have given here. Now here, when we are selecting average over time, this is giving you average, the average values of this particular sale price over time. Okay. Top values report. This is again quite simple. This is what we saw previously. Just have that. You can change the limit as you need it. Once that is done, you can save it as a report. Right. Changing the visualizations, again, it would come under here. You can click on the bar chart. You have multiple options out of the box. Again, there are a few of the apps which would even add this options to a greater extent. You see, find more visualizations. It would take you to a separate tab. You can download it. You can have new kinds of visualizations apart from the ones present out of the box. Okay. The formatting, yeah, for formatting, what type of the base visualization you have, each of them has a different kind of format. For example, if you are selecting a column chart, right? For a column chart, it has generally x and y axis. So in this, you can either stack each of them, you can add another series, you can select whether it needs to show data values or not. You can play with the legend, where it needs to be shown. All right. You can chart overlay would also help you add an additional context to the chart. Okay, additional set of field values there as well. So this is nothing but you're playing with the data what you have. Right. Once you have the data, once you're able to visualize it, then it's something which shows additional beautification of the data what you have. So in general, when we are selecting show data values min max, it is showing the maximum and the minimum values. Okay, that is, these are again, everything is comes under your formatting. Okay, statistics tab, like I said, it shows you the same data in a tabular format. Okay, this again can be saved as a report itself. In the statistics, you have heat map highlights. So in this, what you're able to see the maximum to minimum, the amount, or depending on the volume of it, you can see the color coding shown here, right? So you can make use of heat maps, or you can just make use of it to highlight the maximum and minimum values. Right, when you specify high and low values, you see the maximum and the minimum, it is being shown. So all these are additional formatting options which are available. Right. So moving from report to dashboard. Okay, what a dashboard actually is. So when we talk about reports, reports are something which are saved, which are uh, uh, probably scheduled to run at a specific time. And whenever you want to see this, maybe a daily report, hourly report, a weekly report, this is something which runs on a schedule, right? Dashboard is something similar, but rather it would be made you make use of it in a more of a real time operations, right? For live monitoring of data. So daily operations make use of dashboards rather than running reports every time, right? So it is exactly quite similar to report. However, it is displaying the result in real time. Okay, so uh, once a report is created, like we said earlier, a report can be used as a dashboard panel, right? So this is one of the way what we plan to do, because once you build a report, you use it as a dashboard panel. That report can be used in multiple dashboards, right? For example, you have the one shown here is for a sales week. Here you are using one, which is a report. You might have a separate dashboard, a personal dashboard, which again makes use of the same report. So the benefit of this is, uh, okay, this is how you would add to it. Once a report is generated, you would add to a dashboard directly. It is as simple as that. The benefit of adding this is whenever you change anything in the underlying report, it would reflect on all your dashboards utilizing that report. Okay, rather than going into and editing each and every dashboard individually, it is automatically updated to all the dashboards, right? Again, dashboard also is a separate resource. Like we said, we can have a similar naming convention um, defined by a group, object type, and the description. It has its own set of privileges who can access it, uh, and yeah, the dashboard ID is something which is applicable internally to identify a unique resource. Okay. Um, yeah, that's it. So once you have saved it, you can view the dashboards. Dashboards, you can view it from under the search and reporting app. You have separate tab for dashboards itself. Okay. Why to create panels from reports? Like I said, a single report can be used for different dashboards, and uh, once you change anything in the report, it affects every dashboard there. Okay, the report definition is linked to the dashboard directly. Okay, editing panels is once a panel is there, you can drag, drop, customize it as you like it. Right now, it is quite simple playing around with dashboard panels. You drag and drop, resize it, open the underlying search, go to the drill down to the individual events which are powering it. All of this are some additional options available when you're trying to edit a dashboard panel. Okay. Okay, drill down from visualization to search. So what this does is once you click on anything in the dashboard, it will directly take you to your underlying search and applicable for that itself. Right. So once you're clicking category ID strategy, you can see a category ID strategy is predefined in the search which it opens up. That is how you would drill down. Cloning and exporting a dashboard, pretty straightforward. To clone an existing dashboard, to duplicate it to another, probably to have a backup of one and play with another one, you can do that. Just make sure to change the name, because the ID again would be changed. The ID is how internally it would identify what is the unique identifier of that particular resource. Okay. And exporting a dashboard, you can export it to PDF, print it, share it across through mail or whatever. This is a fancy looking dashboard. You can always present it to
a good storytelling technique, right? Rather than showing logs and trying to explain what is happening, just export a dashboard and share it across. So whatever happened across the week, how was the sales, how was the performance, defined by category, you can always share it across. Now coming back to the home app, if you remember when you log in, there is a good space here which shows what is the home dashboard. This home dashboard is applicable for each user separately, right? For each user, you can choose to have your own dashboard. Just click on it. Once you have a dashboard in place, you can assign that to a home dashboard. And the next time you log in under your home app, you would see the dashboard directly. Okay. Moving to the scenario. We have a scenario here. The security team would like a report of IPs that seem to be up to no good. Okay. What does this mean? That means any IPs which are trying to access and which have resulted in say 403 error. The HTTP status of 403 means a forbidden access, right? So let's quickly run a report of that. Let me go back to Splunk. Okay. We are going to go to from scratch. Index equals main. Our source type equals access combined. That is our web application, and our status equals 403. Okay, this is what we are interested in. Okay, so all of these events, just verifying the status if our condition is right. Right. So we have around 829 events where the IPs are off. They're trying, but they're not. It's of no good. So just to add some additional statistics here, let's add stats. We'll count the number of all of this. So there is no field. 829 is our number, and this we'll name it as attempts by, because attempts. All of these are attempts, and we'll filter this, classify this, try and modify this based on the client IP. So client IP is the field where all our IPs are being configured. Okay. Okay, here you go. All of these IPs are resulting in 403 errors. Let's just try to sort it. Okay, our attempts are sorted. Perfect. So this is the report. Let's just save it as a report. The title 3 by client IP. Just save it. Okay, I'm not going to add any permissions, scheduler, or anything. It is a straightforward thing. The report has been created. Okay, let's view it. That's the same, right? So once your report is created, you have an option to add it to dashboard. And these reports, you can see it from under the search and reporting app. So by default, we are using search for all our search queries. You go to the reports. Here is the report what we have created. You can see your reports, and this is the only report what we have created. Okay, let's move back to the scenario. CFO has asked you to create a dashboard where she can see how product sales are doing in one place. Okay, that's a good scenario. Let's go back to Splunk. I'll close this app. Okay, we are looking at the total sales, right? So this is there, this is there, this much. Sales means it should be a successful sale, right? So our file should be a success, and our status should be 200. Okay, just adding it drop down from here. You can also, once you are clear on the condition, you can type it manually, same things. And let's add a count of by product ID. Okay, there you go. So let's just add this. As a bar chart. So all of these, if you want to sort it out, it's well and good, you can sort it out. I'll save it as it is. I'll save it as a dashboard panel. Create a new dashboard. This is going to be our sales dashboard. You see how the ID is being created automatically. Description, I'm not going to give it. The panel, this is our panel. Panel is going to be product sales. So each individual product, how it is doing. And I click on save here. Let's quickly go to the dashboard. Very well, this is our dashboard. So you can see the different options here. Export it, refresh it to reload it. I'll open this in search. I just want to display the total sales as well. So I'll just remove the by clause. So total sales are 16,000. That is something what I would like to show. And I would add that as a single value field. Let me save this as a different dashboard panel. The same existing dashboard. This is our dashboard, and the panel title I'll be giving it as total units sold. Dashboard. Okay. Now let's edit this dashboard panel. Once I have this, you see the dotted lines, just click on them, drag, drop. I'll put this on top. I would like this to be on top to see how many units were sold and the overall product sales. So I'll save this as my sales dashboard, right? So this is going to be my sales dashboard. Now let me go to the home app. Here, if I want to say select a dashboard, select the sales dashboard, and there you go. Whenever I log in the next time, this would be my default landing page, right? Few clicks here and there, and you're done. Okay. So we are at the end of this module. We have 3 more modules to go. I think we'll need to move a bit quickly. We are lagging behind time. Module 11 is all about pivot and data sets. Module 12 and 13 is about lookups. Module 11 will try to close this and conclude the scenarios here. Lookups is something we'll cover it in theory. Okay, so pivots and data sets. So what a data set is actually all about. So data set is something which is a collection or a definition of sets of data. It stores your data in a predefined set. The condition is which you would supply to it, right? It is nothing but a search use case or search scenario what you provide. So
once you provide any such search scenario, you can save it as a different data set, and this data set can be used to visualize the same data. The main benefit of this is any users, non-Splunk users, or who do not have the knowledge of the Splunk SPL, right? How to build queries, how to filter stuff, how to visualize things. Instead of using the SPL commands, if you have a predefined data set, those users can do drag and drop, and they can achieve their whatever they're looking for. They can even generate some visualizations, reports, whatever. Okay, so this data sets, it is available from your search and reporting app under your datasets tab. Okay, and this, what it shows are some pre-built data models. Okay, under the data set you have a set of data models as well as lookups. So lookups is the next module what we would be discussing about, but data model is something which has a predefined set of data within it. Okay, that's what a data model is all about. So to once there are some data models predefined, or you can define your own data model. For example, how many failed logins are happening. So failed login, this is a data model for us. We might need a list of all the failed logins which are happening. So the condition for us would be, in the search criteria, we would specify or narrow down to the failed logins as we did before. Save it as a data set, data model, what fields we need to include there. And once that is saved as save is available under data sets as a data model, using that data, they can anybody can explore it to visualize it with a pivot. Okay, so these are, when you install Splunk, this wouldn't be available. You will have to build your own data models. We'll look at how do we build something like this and how we can proceed with visualizing with a pivot. So whenever you open an existing data set, the pivot automatically it opens up with the count and the time frame, default time frame. So that is the all time. Okay, we are more concerned now about how do we create a pivot. Okay, the default time frame, of course, you can modify it as needed. So once you are in the pivot interface, it is a very user-friendly interface. All you have to do is play with the fields, drag and drop here and there. It is a graphical interface. You need not worry on the underlying search criteria. So all you are playing about is with clicks here and there. It is separately complete graphical user interface. Okay. So here, okay, this particular data set, under this example, we are seeing all successful web requests. So for successful web requests, our search criteria is going to be the same index equals main. The source type we would filter based on the web application, and the status equals 200. So if we give this search criteria, that is how our search request would be. When we explore to visualize it with pivot, you are given a count of all the successful requests. Okay, and for across the entire time, you can filter it on what time is to be needed. And once this data set is added, you are under this data set. Now you can start filtering the data or formatting the data as you like. Right now we have all the successful web requests. Now the rows what it is showing is nothing but count of successful requests. Now we need to split this into multiple conditions. So the first condition would be we are trying to add this based on the categories. So when I add split rows and categories, it would now what it would do, the count of all the successful requests, it is actually pivoting that data based on the categories of games which is sold. Okay, so each row which would then be displayed would display a separate category. Okay, we'll come to that. Okay, it is like I said, it is defined into separate categories and which are successful. Okay, now in this there are few additional parameters how you want to sort it, ascending, descending, and the maximum rows you want to display. By default, 100 is shown. We'll just add to the table, and once you add it to the table, your overall count of successful requests is complemented with an additional column, right? So each row of this, it signifies a different category. So when you are adding split rows, you are adding a separate column, right? So when your each row would be segregated based on a different category. You can format the results here. Similar formatting what we discussed. When you add a summary of totals, it would add an additional total to along all of this, right? So when you summarize it with total, it would add the overall total. Right now, it is split based on rows. What we would like to do is add another set of columns under strategy, what each product is actually doing. So that would probably be product ID or product name, right? So you add it under the columns. If you need the totals for that as well, yes, very well. When you add this, it is like playing with your Excel sheet, right? You have two sets of data, what you want to do with it. Each row is defining your category, and each column is defining your individual product name under that particular in that particular category. Okay, if it doesn't fall under that, it would be 0, right? So under your strategy, you have these two things. All of these fall under the strategy games. So when you're formatting as to include the totals, the all column shows your overall totals based on row and columns. You see, these are the totals here, these are the totals here, and this is the ultimate total, right? So that is about how you would use a pivot interface. It is quite similar to if you have used pivot table in Excel, right? It is quite similar to that. Okay. In addition to that, you can refine it by adding filters to this. Okay, that is on top of the successful web request. This guy now wants to remove any events which are categorized as accessories. So in that case, you just add in the filter, you select the category is not matching, the category is not matching accessory. So in that case, your accessories would be removed from here. Okay, so moving on, as it is needed, whatever the requirement may be, you can proceed in this manner. Okay, once this is done, again, you have a whole set of visualization options for the pivot itself. Once you have the data with you, once you have the data formalized in the table, you can visualize it using different types of graphs. Okay, so again, different types of graphs or charts as per the requirement, it can be played around with. But the best part of it, like I said, any person who is accessing the Splunk interface and has no knowledge of the Splunk search query language, right? Even that person wouldn't feel like they need to learn this language to use Splunk, right? If you have a data set defined, that is more than enough to start even visualizing the data within Splunk. Okay, right. So once you have this, even from the pivot, you have the option to save it as a report or dashboard panel. It is quite similar to saving it from the search panel itself. Sorry, I believe somebody was speaking. Okay. Right. So yeah, that is about pivot. The mouse actions which are shown here, it is nothing but each individual fields, how we saw in the visualization. It points to, it highlights that when your mouse is hovered over it, when you try to drill down further, that drill down opens it in the search with all the underlying base events. One thing to note here, the drill down, the search query, when you drill down from a pivot, uh, it shows a detailed search query that is specific, very specific to what you have searched here, but the actual original search query might not be the same, right? Okay. Uh, the second option, if there is no data set defined, okay, if there is no data model defined, how do you go with an instant pivot? So for creating an instant pivot, and uh, you can use your search bar, right? Just execute a search query, go to the statistics or visualizations tab. For a normal search query, there are no visualizations generated, right? So your visualization or statistics are generated when you are using some of the transforming commands. When you're not using the transforming commands, when you jump to the statistics or visualizations tab, it would show you if you want to create a pivot. So in this case, using the search query, you are instantaneously creating the pivot from there. And from there, the same way as we discussed before. Once you click on pivot, you proceed with the filters, the time range, split by column, split by row, everything. Okay. Yeah. So a simple search action equals purchase. So you only have events. There is no statistics. It is not using a transforming command here. So when you come to the statistics tab, it will say, it will inform you that your search is not generating any visualization or statistic. But if you want to go ahead with it, you can go ahead with pivots. So in the pivots, quite simple. Just select all of it, new pivot, apply the filters, the time frame, split by column, split by rows, all what you want you can do with it. Okay, it is as simple as that. Once that is done, similar to any report or normal visualization output, you can add it as a uh, report or dashboard. Okay, coming to the scenario. Okay, the CFO loved the simple dashboard you created, but would like to add a report of where our customers are coming from. She would like to know what items users added to the shopping cart and where those users originated from. Okay, that's done. Let's use the pivot interface in this case. Okay, let's quickly jump to Splunk. Okay, this is our Splunk interface. Let's go to search. Let's see what was the previous search. Let's build on top of that. So I'm interested in the base. This is source type, access, command query. I'll add this to search, and I'm running this for all time. Just to reiterate, all time is something, it's only being used for this lab scenario. In production instances, it is never recommended to use all time as a filter, right? Okay. So now we have all the events coming in from our web application server. Okay, now let's try to, okay, let's try to visualize this using a pivot. Statistics or pivot, it is the same. I click on pivot and it is giving me all fields. I will select all the fields. Just a minute, guys. It's a small. Okay, sorry. Okay, we have, yeah, when we open the pivot, automatically it gives us the count of the events there, right? So let's try to filter this here. Uh, we need to add a filter where our file, our previous filter matches. And this is not start, not everything. Let's try to filter there. Cart do, it's added to the cart. Okay, I'm trying to add this as a filter. So now the events have come down from 50,000 something to 32,368. Okay, now let's see which products. Okay, which products, we'll sort that by the rows. Okay, 100 rows, that's fine. Label, not label it. Product ID. Okay, this is done. So all of these products are added to the carts. Okay, and let's see from which domain they are coming from, or from where, who has referred to. You have googled it, or from where. It would come under product ID, refer domain. Okay, refer domain. Okay, I'll keep this no to totals. Okay, my columns are split here between Bing, Buttercup, Google, Yahoo. You can see Buttercup are quite a large number, quite significant. Let me remove this. I don't want to see the ones coming in from my end itself. So I will add wrapper domain is not, it's not Buttercup Games. Right. So I've filtered out Buttercup. So now you can see all our products, whoever is adding this to the cart, they are coming either from one of the search engines. So let's just try to visualize this as a line chart. Perfect. So each one of this, you can see this is for Google, this is for Yahoo, for Bing. This is happening over time. That's it. So I'll add this as my dashboard panel to our existing dashboard. This is our sales dashboard. Okay, let's sales by this is referral domain or referral domain. Referral domain. Okay. Now you see this when I'm creating a pivot, it gives me this is not added as a data model. Do you want to add it as a data model? You must save this to be a data model. So this data model, let me add it as web application dataset. Okay, this is powering our this one. Save. Let's go and see what are the changes done to our dashboard here. So our dashboard, it gives us total units sold, product sales, the individual counts, and over time through which refer the most is Google at all times, but a graph of from where the things are coming in. Okay. Now if you go to data sets, just select yours. This is the data set what we have created, right? And the next time you want to go in from here, you would go in from explore, visualize with pivot, and this is the exact same thing what we discussed. Okay, makes sense. I hope it is easily followable. So dashboards, skip. This is my dashboard here. If you want to edit it, you want to move this to next to other, that would also be fine. Okay, this is my final dashboard. I'm happy with it. Okay, this is our scenario. Okay, right. Moving on to the second last module, creating and using lookups. So what is a lookup, right? Lookup is something you can lookup is a lookup is a set of data which adds more knowledge or more context to your data. Okay, for example, the best example what we can give here is the status codes, right? So HTTP status codes, we are filtering based on status equals 200 for all along, right? But what does that 200 actually mean? To be more descriptive, right? To be more understandable. So to provide that kind of data, we can add an additional knowledge object, which is called a lookup. So it is something static. You can add it as a list. Okay, and this will point to your existing data and transform that data to pull more details from that. Okay, so this is what a lookup does actually. It adds more knowledge and more context to your existing fields using some predefined fields criteria. Okay, we have few examples coming up. This lookups are mainly useful when you know that this is something which would help us better understand what is happening, but it is not actually being captured in the log itself, right? Now from the application, if the application generates an event or log, in that it says, okay, this was the HTTP status code. You know that status code is going to exist, but what it actually means, it is not being defined by the application. So in this case, to further enhance or add some context to it, this is where you would use a lookup file, a static lookup file. Okay. Right. So lookups help you to add more context and more events as well, more fields as well. So one other example what we can use here is we saw in our past examples, we were using product ID, right? Product ID is something which should be more of a system generated ID. But for that to make sense to the end user, whoever is seeing the report or the dashboard, it should be more descriptive measure, right? So product name, it would make more sense what is being captured, right? But if this information is not available in the log itself, we can make use of static lookup files and point it or link it to your incoming events to say that, okay, whenever this specific product ID is there in the event field, input this as an input field to the lookup, and whatever corresponding product name it holds, give us that value as well. Okay, so once this is done, these additional fields, that is the product name field, product description field, this is added to your interesting fields. Okay, whenever these lookup fields are ingested or referenced to, these additional fields are also displayed in your field sidebar. By default, one thing to note, lookup field values are case sensitive, but you can always change that. You can make it insensitive also, but making it insensitive is like you're increasing the number of the processing power it needs. Okay. A sample lookup file, just an example of the lookup file here. So we have a CSV file called product CSV. which gives us the link between the product ID, the product name, what category it falls under, the price, the sale price, and the code. Okay, so when this information is displayed, it would make much more sense than showing the product ID, right? DBSG01 is doesn't make much sense, rather than if you say mediocre kingdoms, a strategy game, right? So this is something which is adding context or adding additional information to your product IDs. Okay, so the first row is always the header row, which specifies each field name, what is the each field name, and how you link with this. This is a lookup file. You import it into Splunk. You map the event fields as inputs, and these fields, product name, category, price, sale price, whatever, as the output fields. That is how your link is established. Okay. Now, how do we upload it? A simple CSV file, or if you have a file, or if you have to upload it from somewhere externally. In this example, we have a file, the CSV file. Just go to lookups under settings. Okay, define the lookup there. Under the lookup table files, you need to add a separate entry and upload it. So you have basically three options under whenever you go under lookups. One is the lookup table files. That is where you would upload all your lookups. The lookup definition is the link what you are establishing between your Splunk incoming events as well as your lookup file which you have already uploaded. And the third one is to configure automatic lookups. Instead of doing a manual lookup every time, you would configure it to run automatically. Okay, so adding a lookup file, it is simple. Just click add new, give the description, the app where it should be applicable to. Just browse for the file what you have. That's it. Next, and you save it. So with this, your lookup file, the CSV file, what maybe you might have received from your application team or somebody, that is how you're uploading it to the Splunk system. So it saves a copy of that internally. Okay, just to ensure that there is the lookup file has been uploaded successfully, you can make use of the input lookup command. Okay, just give a pipe and input lookup, give the name of the lookup file or the name of the lookup itself. Okay, once you give that, if you are seeing an output, that means your lookup file has been uploaded automatically. Okay, it's successful. So this is how you would verify if a lookup is automatically uploaded within Splunk. Now, the next step would be to create a link between that file and your Splunk processing. So for that, you would need to define a lookup definition. So under lookups, add a new lookup definition. Click new lookup definition, select a destination app. The basic is quite simple. The type is file based. You select the file from the drop down. You have already uploaded this. There you get options to either for it to be time-based lookup or some advanced options as well. So once you click save under the advanced options, you have something for your case sensitivity, minimum number of matches, or if there are no matches, how and what conditions you need to define. Minimum, the number of matches it needs to match when a lookup is actually looking up, or if there is no match, what would be the output of that particular field when there is no specific match, as well as your case sensitivity. You can turn it on or off. Okay, these are the advanced options when you're talking about lookups. Now, with this done, you're basically having a lookup file is uploaded to your system. The lookup definition is defined. Now, whenever you run
a search query, you can make use of lookup command. Okay, so for our use cases here, if we want to input all our product IDs and fetch all the product names, our input would be we would use a pipe input lookup, sorry, the lookup command, and input the field what we are supplying, and output is what we would actually want to display there. This is, I think you would receive one question here. If you select output or output new, what would be the difference? So the difference here is, if you select output, if there is an overlapping field already existing, it would overwrite it. However, if you select output new, it will not overwrite it, but it would rather create a separate field. For example, product ID is a part of your event, right? Now, product ID is also a name of a field existing in the lookup. So if you select output new product ID, once you go to your field sidebar, you would see two product ID fields. Okay, that is the difference between output and output new. Okay, this is how you would use a lookup file. Basic search command, search criteria, put a pipe, you're looking lookup, mention the lookup command, name of the lookup. This is your input field, product lookup, and product ID is your input field, and output is your price and product name, right? After that, you're doing your stats as we have done in the past. So ultimately, you're displaying your product name. Now, this product name, where it got, it is supplying the product ID as input, and it is pulling out the product name as output from the lookup file. So ultimately, you are able to display more meaningful results, right? Your product name and the total sales. Okay, so product name is something quite important here. What a time-based lookup would actually do is, if your input and output fields are uh, different for different times. For example, each of your game title, it has a separate price for a month, maybe a discount is going on. So in your lookup file, you need to add the additional field for relating to that specific time related field. Okay, that is how you can make use of an existing lookup with respect to time. Okay, to create an automatic lookup. Now, this example, we are using a manual lookup. Now, to automate this, if you know that for a specific source type, this field always should exist, and I would always like to see the product name in my field, you can define an automatic lookup. All the steps are similar, but here you see a apply to field. So apply to, in that you can select one of your metadata fields, either your host, source, or source type, and there you would define what is the value. So here our source access combined source type always should look up from this particular file. So here we'll map what is the input field. The left side fields are the names in your lookup file, and the right side fields are what events are being captured in Splunk. Okay, just create a link here. Product ID, the input file again would be product ID as it is, or if it is being captured in some separate name. So that would be the link here, and what you would like to input it output it as. Okay, all of this. So once you define this, save this. The next time any of the access combined logs come in, it would always contain your product name. See here in this field, this guy has not used the lookup command itself. Even without lookup command, product name, when you are when he is doing a stats command, some function on this by product name is indeed being displayed here, right? So our automatic lookup would work like this. Time-based lookup, yeah, like I said, you need to have a separate time field specified in your lookup file.
to signify for that particular time what was the value of the lookup. So every time your lookup would fetch, it would also verify what is the time frame, what is the related output fields. Okay, maybe a product name might have changed with time, right? A game title, maybe it has changed to a separate game title, even though the ID remains the same. And if it is that is based on the time, then that is always a good option to have a time-based lookup here. Okay. That is about lookups. Like I said, I think we'll be skipping off these scenarios, but using the description, it is quite simple. You just need to add lookup files. We have the data with it, upload the lookup file and map it to verify if the lookups is working. So the scenario here is web application data does not contain name and price information, and reports like to see the product name. So for this, you would upload a lookup file, define a lookup definition, and that's it. You can even use a manual lookup to output these commands. Okay. Moving on to the last module, we are almost near our scheduled time. Talking about schedules, the last module is all about creating scheduled reports and alerts. Okay. I think we have seen this, briefly discussed this also, how we can schedule reports. So the main reason or objective for scheduling reports, why are they useful reports anyway? If you have seen, customers are mainly concerned about periodic scheduled reports. It might be, they might be looking for daily reports, weekly, monthly, quarterly, yearly, right? Anyway, the schedule is something which is of utmost significance when we are talking mostly about reports. When we are even scheduling reports, that means at that particular schedule, the query is executing. And when we are building our dashboards based on the reports, of course, whenever that is the query is being executed, the dashboard also is being enhanced, right? So one time, one objective, we are benefiting it in two places for both reports and dashboards. And the last thing is, instead of ad hoc requests, scheduled reports can always be scheduled to automatically be sent by mail, right? This is the most common objective or requirement for most of the customers. Right. How do you create a scheduled report? First, you create a report. How do you create a report? Formulate your search criteria, save it as a report. Once it is saved as a report, then the next options what you give is to schedule it. One thing to make note of it here is a time range picker. It is not applicable for scheduled report, right? Because you specify the schedule there rather than a time range picker. Once the report is created, click on schedule and you can define when it has to be executed. So the schedule, it can possibly be run every hour, every day. These parameters can be customized as you need it as per custom cron schedule as well, right? And the time range, that is, whenever you plan to run a report, a time range is almost corresponding to the schedule. For example, a weekly report you're running every week, the time range would be for the last week, right? Last 7 days. The schedule window here, schedule window shows within that window the amount of time designated for to run that report. Okay. Of course, as an admin user, you can prioritize the report runs. Maybe some of the reports are of a higher priority than others, and this would come into the picture when you have multiple reports scheduled to be run at the same time. Okay. And the last part is trigger actions. So whenever the report is run, you can add optional action here if needed.
That is to either generate a log event which says, okay, report generated successfully. You can have multiple actions there. You can send an email. Uh, you can attach the report and send an email. That is what the most commonly used scenario would be, right? So yeah, moving to the schedule. Yeah, so setting this schedule window, it provides efficiency when you have multiple reports running at the same time. Okay. So the last action, like I said, you have multiple options which can be run when a report is run. The most common one is send an email. Um, that is how the most common scenario. Of course, you have multiple options there as well to explore. An example of when you select send an email, what would be the options presented? To whom, what is the priority, subject of the mail, message of the mail, if you want to attach the report, link the results, and all of these options when you are scheduling a report. The report, again, it has two things you need to make note of. One is the permission that report would be visible to whom, and second is it would be run as which user. So run as is a very good or important task here when you have a role-based access control policies defined, right? You might have the same report being run from multiple users of different segments or divisions, right? So when you select run as owner, that is when that owner runs the report, the results up visible to him are the only events which that user has permission or privilege across, right? So this is very useful when you are actually having multiple users with different permissions. Okay, yeah, that's about permissions. User only data allowed to be accessed by the user role appears. So when you're running as separate users, each set of different users with different permissions, the output of the report would be different. Okay, that's about it. The last option on this is embedding report on any of your HTML web pages. But to enable the report embedding, it has to be scheduled before. So a normal report, that is an unscheduled report, cannot be embedded. Okay, that's all about how you would schedule reports. The last part we are talking about is alerts. So what are alerts? Alerts is nothing but it is again coming back to the base of our discussion. That is all about the search criteria. So this search criteria, whenever this condition is being matched, and what you want to do with this. So Splunk alerts are nothing but you can again say these are saved searches which run either on regular scheduled intervals or in real time. Okay, whenever a condition is matched, it would trigger an alert, right? The action of an alert, it can be similar to what we saw in the report generated. Whenever a report is generated, you can create a new event, you can send an email, you can run a script, you have multiple options there as well. But in short, it is again the same concept. Rather than scheduling it once in a day or something, this thing alert looks on a periodic basis or in real time. Okay, so saving an alert is quite similar. You define a search criteria, you save as an alert, you give the title description, but the trigger options would be something different here. Privilege, again, it is either applicable to the app itself, right, or applicable to the user itself. Okay, and the trigger conditions, it would vary.
You can define a scheduled or real-time alerts. Real-time alerts are always constantly running searches in the background. Okay. And the scheduled reports are running within whatever window you are specifying. So when you're running scheduled, you can say to run it on every hour, every day. So for that particular duration, that is when the alert is that search query is run. Okay. Cron schedule, similar to the schedule, you need to mention when the alert has to be run, when the condition has to be run as per the cron schedule specified. Whether it is a scheduled alert or a real-time alert, the trigger conditions would be similar when it needs to be triggered, right? Whether it needs to be per result, that is every result, whenever whenever the condition is matched, whatever condition you're giving, or certain number of results, whenever a certain number of results are being satisfied, or you can classify it based on number of hosts or number of sources, or any custom search criteria defined. You can define your own custom condition using the same SPL, right? Search language. So using any of these, you can define when the alert needs to be triggered. So those are the trigger conditions. Okay. In addition, you have a throttle control available, that is to limit flooding of alerts. If a misconfigured alert generates quite a large number of false positives, that is where our throttle would come into the picture, right? You can throttle it by how many results it has to limit against, right? So this is a fail-safe mechanism to avoid any such flooding of alerts due to misconfigured conditions. Okay. Okay, just an example here. Trigger for each result, a 5-minute cron job. Okay, cron schedule is scheduled to run every 5 minutes. The search is run every 5 minutes, and 70 events are returned in a 5-minute window, with 50 events with status 500 and 20 with status 503. Now our condition is number of results is greater than 2. That's fine. But for each result, okay, and the result suppress results containing field value status. So for each result, that is our status equals 500 would be considered as one result, and status equals 503 is the second result. So at the end of 5 minutes, so 2 actions will be triggered here. So either if your action is to send an email, you would receive 2 emails. One would be for status equals 500, another would be for status equals 503. The actions quite similar to what we saw earlier. You can log a separate event. You can also output the results to a lookup file, right? Output results to a telemetry endpoint, run a custom script, send an email, or you can call. There are webhook calls as well. The most common thing would be send an email, or for real-time operations, you can also log it as an event. So for 24/7 monitoring, whoever is monitoring something, they would also always be alerted for whenever this alert is generated. Okay. When you are adding it as a triggered alert, the priority for your condition, you are specifying it here. For each of this, what is the priority or severity it has to carry along with it, right? You set the severity of that event. So log event, the different format, what information it should capture, what
different fields it should include within it: source type, host, all of it. And in addition to that, event, what the event should read as. Okay, these are the log events. So all this information is something which you would expect in the whenever you see this alert being generated as a separate log event. That is what is being captured under your metadata fields. Okay. Send an email. Again, it is quite similar to what we saw earlier. Type in all your this $name is your field name. It is an identifier for your actual field values. So all of this is directly sent as an email. So whenever this particular alert action is triggered, it would send out an email. To whom it has to be sent, what is the priority, the subject, message, all of this can be customized and it can be sent across. From the Splunk interface itself, if you want to see the activity, the triggered alerts, on top next to your student ID, you would see activity tab. Just check the triggered alerts there. Okay, that's where you could see all the triggered alerts. Again, edit alert to change the underlying conditions, to modify your defined conditions, to modify your throttle, schedule, type of alert, whatever. You go back to edit alert, it will take back to your original thing. Edit permissions, again, which user can this alert is applicable to. Okay, and which app it can be made applicable to. So once you create an alert as a power user, you can either display it for the app, that is all the users using that particular app, it will be applicable for them, it will be visible for them, for all apps, or for the owner itself. So it will be used for you itself. Okay, so that's about it. This is the last scenario. Monitor failed login attempts on your Splunk search head. You're only interested in failed logins from the admin account. This is a simple scenario. You set up an alert for your own admin account, simulate failed logins, try to log in as admin user with wrong password. Then when you log in with a successful password, it should showcase under your triggered alerts that there was a failed login attempt. Okay, so we are not doing this last two, the lookup and the alert. These are quite simple, straightforward scenarios. That's about it. We are at the end of our course today. Okay, hopefully today's session was helpful for each one of you, the attendees. This is all about the basic standard first part of introduction towards the world of Splunk. Okay, this is today's workshop is designed around the Fundamentals 1 course from Splunk itself. You're most welcome to take this up again if you like. You can do it by registering in splunk.com and registering for the Fundamentals 1 course. It is free of cost. Once you register, you'll get access to the lab content and the PDF files. It is a set of videos what you can go through. Right, you can register and go through this as well. That is about Fundamentals 1. All of this course, whatever we have spoken about, this is everything is the content is from the same course, that is Splunk Fundamentals 1. So I got a question if we'll be sharing the video of this. If you would like, we can share it, but I would suggest if you can register for Splunk Fundamentals 1 and start off from the beginning who have missed it, that would be much more beneficial to you, because that contains a whole set of videos, and also you'll get access to whatever scenarios, lab scenarios we have done. So you can try and test it out in your own Splunk environment as well. Okay.
Apart from this, once you have completed Splunk Fundamentals 1, you can take up the Splunk user exam. It's a separate Pearson VUE exam, proctored exam, which you'll have to take up through Pearson. Or you can proceed further with the next course, which would be a Splunk Fundamentals 2 course. All right, this is again a separate course, and for all the partners, I believe this also should be a free course once you register in splunk.com. Okay, so Fundamentals 2 would take you much advanced searching scenarios. You have some set of labs there, different types of commands. You play more with fields. All the next level from here, right? So people who are planning to take up the user exam, you can take up the user exam after practicing the Fundamentals 1. And for people who are targeting the power user exam, Fundamentals 2 is something what you need to be looking at. Okay. There are also tons of content available in YouTube on Splunk how-to channels. Okay, you can also explore that as well, because I believe most of us here are beginners or starters fresh for Splunk. So that would also be a very helpful site. And once you have access to Splunk.com, all its partner sites, your Splunk answers, Splunk base, you should be able to register. You should have access to all of this, and any question or answers you might be looking for, you can always search for the same on the community, and for sure you should be able to find some solution out of it. Okay, just a few bunch of other resources. Splunk base, answers. The docs site is something which would be very helpful for everyone. Okay, at least as a starting point, if you can start off with docs.splunk, answers.splunk, and the Splunk base, it should be good enough. Okay, that's about it. I think we are 10 minutes past our schedule. Hopefully it was a beneficial session for all of you, right? Thank you everyone for joining in and sparing the whole day for us. Okay, that's about it. I can see there is a question if we can receive the presentation slides after the boot camp. For sure. And like I said, just try to register to Splunk Fundamentals 1 on Splunk.com. You will receive all of it as a PDF along with the lab material as well, right? The ones what we ingested as data from different technologies, the database logs, the Linux OS logs, all of this. This also you will be able to access it once you register on for Fundamentals 1. It's a free course. You can just register it. You'll get all the content material. Okay. Hopefully, it was beneficial for all of you. If we have any questions, we can spare 5 to 10 minutes for that. I hope people are able to listen to me. I'll give another 5 minutes. Thank you all for joining. If any questions, I'll wait for another 5 minutes and we can conclude.
Thank you, Zulfiqar, for today's session. And thank you everyone for joining. If you have any questions, please put it in the chat box or send an email to Zulfiqar.
Perfect. I believe with the invite, you guys might have received my email address as well. For anything, we can stay in touch. Please feel free to reach out to us anytime. We are always available here. Okay. Thank you everyone for joining. Sorry for